Come on in, come on in. Alright, let's get this little party started. I didn't say party started, like coffee morning started. At least we've got short on news to talk about this morning, so that'll be something. I think I'm up to date on the stuff and things. I'm sure there was something else I was meant to do. I mean, obviously, aside from play them video games. Hey, Katros. Watto, friend. Almus, Watto! Come on in, come on in. Alpha of the Deluge. Watto, friend! Come on in, yo. I'm having that. I'm sure there's something I meant have done this morning, and I desperately cannot remember. Ah, Katros, that's some great fucking news. Desktop PC is healed! I'm real happy to hear, friend. I'm real happy to hear. Unless I have petted the dag. Gone for a walk with the dag, hung out with the dag. British Beaver, Watto, friend. Come on in, come on in. To Jonathan Lee. Jonathan Lee. Let's go with that. Watto, friend. Spencer Matt, Watto. Coming in, coming in. As I was saying, we got plenty of games.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
2 whole babies.
2 whole babies. It's not too shabby, friend. How you doing, numbers? Watto! Come on in, come on in. 2 whole babies. That is a large ass measurement of time. So Graphite, Favor, Empress. Go! Favor 6. Watto, friend. So Numbers was busting out an 18-month combo. Favor 6 following up with the sharp jab of 7 months. So Jared, I'm sorry to hear you're feeling unwell, friend. But what I can promise you, today is going to be a day of smooth games, smooth jams. Our conversation topics will be entertaining, but should not cause acid reflux. Numbers, sadly, 2-year badges are partners, so unless we get that mystical purple tick, 1 year's all we get. Them's the breaks. Stepagen, Caffeine, Watto, friend! Snuggly, Watto, friend. Come on in, come on in. I mean, Numbers, I'd love that little purple tick because it gives us a bunch of like back-end functionality, but I also know that I'm pretty jammy. Like, that purple tick would be a lovely garnish, but we're already doing it. Like, the long ship's already there. So, yeah, it's not needed. It's not needed. Fearless Arrow, Watto, friends! Come on in, come on in. Arrow, well, the last prerequisite for partner for us is average viewers. So, I mean, I could game the system, we could stream less, we could hang out less, but, like, I love hanging out with you lot, and if I have to do that less to get verification from Twitch, I'm good. Like, I think the live application form's still open, so I don't know. Might throw that in, see if something happens, but like, well, and Favor 6, I understand your concerns because a few people have stressed that one, but we've gotten bigger since we've started, and I still take the time to hang out with you lot. I just have to do it over a longer period of time, but that's what I fucking love about doing this. Anyway, we don't need to concern ourselves with that. You lot keep my sorry ass alive, and I get to do this 5 days a week, so I'm dumb happy already, alright? Like, the extra transcodes would be nice, extra remote slots would be nice, but we don't need them, so I'm happy. Anyway. What? Oh, and welcome. Come one, come all, friends to a person. How are you all doing? There is actually some games industry news today. And it's the weird, the unsurprising, and, well, I guess the stuff from yesterday as well. Night Valen, Watto, Vanderbeest, Watto friends, and Hyperowl, I'm absolutely there with you. I'm really looking forward to seeing us go back into the longing, because I find myself thinking about that game more and more. Numbers, I don't know if I saw the picture you posted. Was it the alien in the alien in the art gallery? Because that was interesting. Ardoon saying I have to ask if you heard about the newest Dr. Doctor Mario phone game. I have not.
Are you listening to me?
There's no beef in here. So you wouldn't really call it bell peppers and beef now, would you?
Yes.
Night Valen, are you okay?
Well, it's not.
I'm having a look over at the camera, and it is steady as. Are you okay? Does it currently look like it's moving? Okay. Anyway, friendos. So today we are returning to the longing. If you've not seen this game, it's a fecking treasure. The premise is dead simple. You are a shade tasked with waking the Mountain King in 400 days. And your goal is to explore the underground kingdom and try and make your little shade's life a little bit better. Make his room a little bit more cozy, find him more books to read, make him genuinely happier. And that's what we've been doing. It does seem like there's more to this story as it's slowly starting to unfurl, and I'm so ready to find out more. It's also a great game for banter and topic because it has such a wonderfully glacial pace.
3 things that I particularly hate.
Caffeine's on it like a fucking carb on it.
Kids.
If you want to pick up a copy of this for yourself, Caffeine dropped the link in. You're fucking legends.
So tell me, Jet.
Why do we have all 3 of them neatly gathered in our ship?
I have been rewatching Cowboy Bebop on my downtime thanks to this little playlist. Oh, it's still so good. So, feckin' hell. Game news. Where to start? Angry leaks of Last of Us 2. That was kind of fascinating.
What's cooking?
Like,
Special bell peppers and beef.
to enrage someone to the point where they leak a game that they've worked on, like, you have to have burned someone real bad. I doubt we'll find out the full story because I doubt that person will come forward and say, hi, I leaked it and here's why, unless they got rumbled. But, yeah. But if you burn somebody hard enough, like... But, I mean, okay, we must also remember that there are multiple factors. Like, this could have been someone in a specific situation that was just getting the worst raw deal from management or getting screwed over by co-workers. There's a lot of factors that could have gone into it. Now, we know that Naughty Dog are doing a hard crunch. It has been commented on a lot, and I believe they stated that The Last of Us was on hiatus until further notice, right? Oh yeah, and Alnus, very good point. Shortly after the aforementioned leak, they announced the launch date, which for a game that's meant to be on hiatus, I'm kind of like... So, it doesn't strike me as... I've never worked at Naughty Dog. I don't know that development team as well as I know others, but these aren't good noises. These aren't good signs. If we go purely into the shamanistic, the runes are showing us some very, very bad signs. I don't mean bad in terms of the quality. I think that the team is being rode very hard, and yeah. Oh, Captain Stephanie Barnes, what, oh friend? But yeah, like, the amount of rage someone would feel to leak their own title is, oh. Because if they got rumbled, that's the end of their career. No one would work with them again. Oh, Tanari, wow. What, oh friend? I don't want to focus on it too hard. Though what was interesting was seeing particular individuals in the gaming space commenting about how, oh, it's so hard to see all that hard work, to see all these leaks reported on, all that hard work, you know, undermined by early announcements and early code. From people who have in the past shared leaks from other companies. It's very odd. It's very odd. Tanari, wow. What-o? The Last of Us 2 got very leaked over the weekend. I think we'll still see the title. I think The Last of Us 2 will still launch to great success. Whether or not it's a good game or not, we probably won't know until launch, but in other news, dear friends, there was a big old, what was it? A big old Stadia spree announce of things earlier today. An Empress with the Jarl snipe. Well played, well played. Took a long time for Lily to be unseated. Like, both Lily and Caffeine's rule of late has been bombastic. Well, and Favor 6, I will also add that, I mean, I've not read into the, I've not read the plot synopsis because my personal philosophy is that video games are a lot more than a script on a page, and I hope that the Naughty Dog that created The Last of Us 1 still has that ability to tell a story beyond just emulation of cinematic techniques. So, here's hoping, here's hoping. Moving swiftly on, dear friends, Stadia is doing a bunch of announcements. Nothing bombastic or nothing that made me go, ooh, Stadia. But if for some reason you haven't played PUBG and really, really want to, but specifically on Stadia, that's now free. I think they did a little bit to clarify their different payment structures and how you actually get the service, but honestly, I'm more confused by Stadia now than I was. Like, oh boy. Yes, Malu, Destroy All Humans did get a release date, which we're very happy about. Yeah, if you want twice as much like on PUBG, go ahead. Yeah. I guess sad news for the end of like a little saga, because I knew a lot of people who were involved in it. Bohemia Interactive has announced that they're shutting down the DayZ studio. DayZ as a product is not being abandoned, but the standalone studio that were working on it.
That's the trick Stadia needs to pull, figure out how to get folks to go from Stadia to Stadia.
Yeah, and yet. How do they turn around everyone looking at it, going from Stadia to ooh? The only thing that I've seen, I think, in that kind of announcements is supposedly I had the chance to try it. GOG 2 Galaxy. So GOG Galaxy 2.0 is coming up, and will not only include all of the different games you have on different services, but will also include games on Game Pass services. So if you have Xbox Game Pass, it'll also include that.
Я считаю, что это не настоящее путешествие. Настоящее путешествие. Когда ты давно забыл,
Catch us saying, oh yes, of all the battle royales out there, PUBG is the one I gotta play. And, I mean, Katros, you know my philosophies on them. Like, while they've become very, very prolific, I feel they do add something for old buggers like myself to be able to play competitive style games. Like, I'm looking at Valorant and just being reminded that, you know, years of drinking gin and staying up too late have destroyed my reaction speeds. But that's another story. Yeah. Stadia is still a big hot mess, and I have gone through as much of the materials as they've put forward, but so far there isn't a good use case. And of all the things that Google could pour a large amount of money into, I don't know. One thing I will say is Google are at panic stage right now and have been throwing around their cash pretty heavy after their lineup started looking weaker and weaker. So if you were a dev team right now and Google's like, look, we're not even asking for exclusivity anymore, just port your games to Stadia and we'll give you a chunk of money. Like, honestly, at this point, I'd just take the cash. Like, take the cash, do a port, pocket the profit. It's Google. You don't have to feel guilty about taking Google's money. The Stadia will probably have a slightly shorter lifespan than the Atari Jaguar. Its lack of... yeah. So yes, Phyllis, you're right. I can't talk a lot about the DayZ Studio, but it's still sad. You know, DayZ was the game that kind of blew the doors off on showing us that brutal, unforgiving experiences were something that people wanted, even in its early stages, and it has always felt like DayZ never got the chance to be everything that it intended to be. And that's real sad. Bohemia has not commented on whether or not the shutdown of the DayZ studio will result in layoffs, but... Oh, SquarePeg, so what's happened? Bohemia have shut down the studio responsible for DayZ. DayZ is still going to be supported, but it's no longer going to be its own studio working on it. So my feelings is they're probably going to absorb the team back into Bohemia as a whole. They'll do small kind of like quality of life improvements to DayZ until they sunset it. But it feels like everyone else is going to get folded back into either other projects or possibly their weird console free-to-play title that's been quietly doing great, that just launched on Switch. Basically like a free-to-play DayZ-style title available initially on, I want to say, Xbox, just launched on Switch, and it's doing good. Jumping back in. Oh yeah, Shackle. If it's not exclusive, there's no reason not to put it on Stadia if conversion is reasonably simple. Yeah. And I know that sounds super mercenary, but Google got that Google money, yo. And if they're willing to splash the cash, I got a bunch of press emails this morning of games that are announcing their Stadia ports, and I have a feeling that Google's just being like, look, here's a chunk of money, just please bring it to Stadia. Because as we've commented on the past, Stadia's not like OnLive or like, NVIDIA GeForce Go, whatever it's called. That Stadia is its own hardware. So to create a game to move a game over to Stadia is the same as having to port it to another hardware. I don't know how strenuous that process is, because, you know, the usual peeps I talk to about, like, porting and that kind of difficulties, well, I mean, I haven't seen them because of the state of the world, but...
Reactor online.
Hey!
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
15. Feels like only a few months.
It simultaneously feels like we've been doing this forever and for about 5 minutes, Johnny, and the time truncation is bizarre. Like, it feels like I got to know you like a couple weeks ago, and then I look down and I'm like, oh yeah, no, that's 15 months. Say we're like, Numbers doing an 18, Favor was rocking 6 months earlier. Oh, and Shackle, I didn't say thank you kindly for filling the pint glass. You're heckin' legend. I do apologise. And Alice makes a good point. The devs that made Towerfall did so with Ouya money, went on to make Celeste. So if that money helps make your dreams come true, yeah. It's worth saying that the Ouya was built on Android architecture, which, at least as it was explained to me, is very easy to port around. Whereas I can't comment on how easy or not it is to make something work for Stadia or make a Stadia game work elsewhere. It's like, if Google want to give you a chunk of cash to port your game over to Stadia, feckin' take it. If you can get a quote for less than that by an external company, boom, you've just made profit. If it was something along the lines of creating it for a very specific kind of hardware without the possibility of porting it elsewhere, I'd advise against it, but that's just me. What was the other cool news? Because there was some good stuff. Oh, the one that shocked me sideways. Jagex got bought. So yeah, Jagex just got sold for $530 million. Turns out RuneScape makes a whole bunch of money. Astral Moon, Watto! I hadn't actually gotten to that because I have not checked to see if it's still up, but yeah. Marshall, have you posted it since kickoff? I haven't seen it. But let's see if Shogun 2... Yes! Glorious. Right. So, friends, I'm going to be a complete feckin' cheeseball for just a moment. And Astral Moon, thank you for reminding me. Dear friends, Total War Shogun 2 is currently free to pick up and keep on Steam. I don't know how long the incentive is lasting, but right now you can just pick it up. I worked on Total War Shogun 2 pretty much start to finish. It was the title I was brought into CA to work on. I QA'd it up, got moved into like the multiplayer team and things like that, and it's the reason why I ended up doing community management and stuff like that was because I was working on the multiplayer side with the clan competition. I obviously love this game. Despite doing full QA on it, I feckin' love it. And I would wholeheartedly recommend it. So, just as long as you know that my recommendation is wholeheartedly biased. But to pick it up right now would cost you 0 money. So if you need to kill some time in a game which is isn't a one more turn, Catro says, which recommendation isn't biased? There's a few. I'm trying to think through some of the unmitigated bangers. I'm just looking back through the schedule now because I guess Florence was a little. Oh, Later Alligator is an entirely unbiased recommendation. I had no idea what that was coming in, and I don't know anybody working on that one. Like, that's just purely just glorious. Yeah, Gatros, you did. Well played, friend. Well played. Oh, and Spencer Matt is just reminding everybody, Shogun 2 is going to be free until the 1st of May. So you've got a couple of days to grab it. I know it's a big old download. I do recommend... Oh, no, the Otomo clans. Oh, the Iko Iki pack's definitely worth it. Because that's just Ninja Clan. Rise of the Samurai's interesting. It's kind of the closest we've got to like a more traditional... What's the term? Oh no, it's the Hattori clan. Yeah. Grab that one. Blood packs, take it or leave it. One of the things that was fascinating was that war games of that scale, if you want to have like proper blood, gore, dismemberment, it will actually fail certification in quite a few countries. So one thing that was worked out with, I can't remember if it was Shogun was the first one to do it, but what you can essentially do is if the blood pack, as it is, the blood pack being paid DLC means that the DLC gets a different classification than the main game, whereas if it was added for free, the classification, the core game would have to be updated. So it's like $3 for blood pack, which seems like a bit of a piss take, until you realise it means that it won't get blocked in countries like Germany, and Germany feckin' love Total War. How livid would they be if we were like, hey cool, we updated your game with blood pack, and now it's been refused certification by your country's government. Now you can't play it. Oh, and Prolo, it is lovely to see you, friend. I completely understand. However, one thing I will say is if you have a look over on Game News, one of the ex-Rooster Teeth crew is making a game called Kill It With Fire, where you must hunt spiders around your house with increasingly ridiculous weapons, including flamethrowers, C4, throwing stars, the whole shebang. So if you ever need to like visualize doing some actual brain spider murder, that game, it's got a free demo. Marshall Ray says, but Spider is cute, don't harm Spider. Oh yeah, and Favor 6, Dead Island with Surround Sound is creepy. Dead Island was a very different title than what they had initially marketed, but like especially the indoor sections, once it stops being completely off the chain, does end up being real interesting. Sorry, I went off into the spatial regions there. But yeah, I think that's it. Like video gaming wise, Gearbox is apparently working on a Brothers in Arms TV series, which anytime I hear like game development team moving into television, I'm like, oh, so you're going off to die then? Glorious. Film and telly burnt me. What can I say? I'm still bitter. It's weird, like. Worked in video games for 10 years, still love games in the games industry. Worked in TV for like 5, 4? God, I'd have to sit down and think about it. And no. Oh, and supposedly Hollow Knight is 50% off on Steam. Lovely, lovely. Oh, way cool! Shackle, congratulations to you. Oh, hang on. This is the one with the annoying high pitch.
Who wants to sing?
I'm a Mr. Popcorn! Thank you kindly for the host. So Shackle, that's some great news, friend. Congratulations. Sparky, Watto! Working from home is a mixed blessing, so let's have some fun. I mean, if I can be the second screen to your working day, then my friend, I am doing my job correctly. Also, I'm Mr. Popcorn. Nice. Though I will say, I'm reaching this weird point, like, from just being home for, like, however many weeks it's been. I don't want to think about it. But, like, outside of spending time with you lot on stream, like, lethargy's kicking my ass. I'm so unproductive. Like, I managed to get most of the schedule done last night, but there's so much more stuff that I wanted to get done, and I did almost none of it. God, at least I remembered to update the PO box, so we've got that for a while longer. Yeah, if ever you wanna, if you ever want to send stuff, we have a PO box down below, so that's the thing. 10 win, Watto! Oh, and Captain Steph, I hope you're holding up well, friend. We got you. We got you. But one thing we do have is a week packed full of good games. So let me take you through what we got going down. So today we're returning to The Longing. If you haven't seen this game, it is an incredible title. You are tasked with waiting 400 days. You will play a tiny shade who is given the job of waking up the king under the mountain in 400 days. He rests to recover his strength. Your goal is to essentially make your little shade's life better. Like get him walk around, make his little room nicer and warmer and more inviting so that the time passes quicker. Explore the underground areas. And if we've done what we should have done, then we're going to have some new areas to explore today, because we've been growing mushrooms. Now, there is probably more to this game than meets the eye. Actually, Dash was trying to tell me about it yesterday, but during D&D. So, this is there's definitely some weight to this game. Tomorrow I have a glorious game. We have a super duper early build of a fucking brilliant game. We're going to be playing an Airport for Aliens. No, it's an Airport for Aliens currently run by dogs. An Airport for Aliens currently run by dogs. The guy making it worked on Hypnospace Outlaw. I got the chance to digi-meet him last couple of weeks. This game looks weird and brilliant. So we're going to have a putz around with the early alpha version of it. And that way we can play it now, and then we can play it at launch, and we can compare. We might have a dev in chat hiding in the wings answering your questions. Thursday, XCOM Chimera Squad, which I'm really looking forward to. By my understanding, Chimera Squad's got more of a linear narrative over the top of. It's less freeform. So I don't know if we're going to be doing Chimera Squad as a long play, or we're just going to do a day on it and then you all can jump into it as much or as little as you want, but yo. Friday, Blackout Club, and Saturday, there's a couple of things we might be doing on Saturday. If you don't hear otherwise, it'll probably be a monster hunting day, because KT's back, and for some reason I haven't gotten enough, like, molten gold vomited onto my forehead, for some reason. Eraman's like, XCOM, 90% chance to be a good stream. Wait, but is that a regular 90% or an XCOM 90%? And Katros, we have consulted some of our best scientists about whether or not XCOM going to give it to you. We're just waiting on the results back. Graphites and they need to get back to Monster Hunter World. Well, if this Saturday ends up being a hunt day, then that's the darndest. Saturday may end up being a double header, because we may have some cool stuff with a cool friend of ours. But I'll let you know as soon as I know. So yeah, that's the long and short of it, friends. I'm doing real good. I had a reprieve from my no drinking rule. Myself and Baron and Lucy and Dash and Peeps did a wine-fueled rewatching of Rise of Skywalker, and all I can say is that Rise of Skywalker caused me to kill almost another box of wine by myself. I was ruinously drunk. But in a good way. Like, it was a good night. I didn't end up, like, sitting around being like, ah. Had a great time with friends. Just sans the physicalities of it. And it was real good. Yeah, Dash, it was a real good night. What else has been going on? Not a whole lot. I've still got my list of things to do on the Blackout Club. So, I don't know. If suddenly you see a Will is streaming the Blackout Club in some wee hours, you'll know it's because I'm just... I just need to top up the amount of XP I get and try and do the sacrifices before Friday. Hey! And Spence, man, that's feckin' cool. Spence, man.
Rise of Skywalker. Good on them. Not often fan fiction gets such widespread attention.
Oh, savage cuts. Spence, Matt, that's feckin' cool. And I really hope you enjoy it, because, you know, I put a large amount of my life into that game, and I'm still proud of it. I mean, Fall of the Samurai is still one of my favourite Total War games. Like that and Warhammer 2, just... Alright. So, aside from that, I haven't seen too much news. Deadly Premonition 2's got a launch date of July the 10th, which should be way cool. I know we haven't streamed Deadly Premonitions 1 yet, and I feel like we'll need to at some point. It's just such a wonderful... it's just such a wonderful blend of silliness and brilliance. I think that was the long and short of it of gaming news. Yeah, I think that's the long and short of it, dear friends. Captain Stephanie Barnes, that's not weird at all. I mean, personally, I find with the Blackout Club that it's got such a smooth rhythm to it, and then the gods shake everything up. So it kind of keeps you on your toes enough, but... I don't know. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
You're tense, I'm calm. You apply excessive force. I control that force through
Kandarian, I do apologise, but yeah, we went into the Last of Us talk a little earlier. Colin McCap, what, oh friend? Oh, that sounds lovely. And Favour 6 and peeps, let's put a pin in the Star Wars discussion. We're not here in the process of like tearing stuff down. That's... I know, here's me throwing stones at Rise of Skywalker, but that's why it's something I do in my private time. Because I know a lot of people have talked about... for a lot of people, it's a very cool thing. Actually, here's an interesting thing. There is a wonderful article, like I will try and find the link to it and drop it in Discord, about how the entirety of The Mandalorian is born from the fandom that came around Boba Fett. And hearing how people's love of something created a more genuine reflection in the source material is fascinating. I will share that in Discord if I remember. I mean, Sparky, you know the diddly-o. We did talk about The Last of Us 2. We did talk about Daisy. The team basically getting shuttered and mostly reabsorbed into Bohemia.
Master, you see it?
However,
like water.
I know where we need to go, my friends. I know where we need to go. Far, far beneath the Earth's core. into a dark and distant cavern, where a little guy sits reading a book and having a genuinely good time of it. Yes, that's right, friends. It is time for us to return to the longing. I mean, obviously, we're going to keep talking. I think that's one of the reasons why I love about the longing as a little show, is it's very conducive to banter. And I'm alright with this. Oh, excuse me. Right, some cheeky tea burps already. Alright. Cool. So, it turns out our little dude read the entirety of the Iliad while we were away. And we're down to 210 days. Check us the heck out. Alright. Well done, little dude. It's a big old book. How time flies indeed, little buddy. So numbers. So 210 days until we have to wake up the king under the mountain. Our little job as this shade is while the king is resting, it falls to us to wake him up once his strength has returned. Oh, we got a little achievement and all. See how the mushrooms have been growing. Alna says, will we still be leaving him until next April, though? Well, what I'll do is, after today's... I mean, we've kind of been checking in on him, like, once a month. But what I'll do is I'll update the final timings so that we have a better understanding of when he drops. Ah, cave, sweet cave. Yeah, we're a sentient living alarm clock, but like the longest of snooze timers. Alright, check this out. Who wants to trip balls? I guess we could plant them. We can always go and get more. I told you all we were here to eat mushrooms. And then it never be said I'm not a man of my word. Woo! Got a little spider on his face. Old man's just laughing at him. Oh wow. Out for a while, dude. Okay. So, in theory, the next thing that we need to do is head on up to the area where we've been growing shrooms. And then hopefully the shrooms have grown large enough that we'll be able to start climbing and traversing the area. Oh, got enough to build a bed? No, we haven't. Alright, so we're going to head to the map room first so I can show you all the areas that we've got, and then we'll go from there. So Colin McCall was saying, by the way, I saw some confusion as to whether or not the kids in the dreams is a troll or not. I'll say that here in Norway, when they're not big brutes that turn to stone trolls, are usually in kid stories and souvenir shops depicted as humanoids with a big nose, messy hair, and cow tails. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Sparky saying reminds him of trips to the Yorkshire Dales. Dark, damp, and strangely beautiful. The suspicious mushrooms everywhere. Sounds like a good weekend. Naoki Sakura also has theories about the dreams. Well, our little shade bears more than a striking resemblance to the kid we keep seeing. You right, kid? You ready to fucking work yet? I don't think he's gonna wake up for a bit. The other thing that we've come to realise is that the different pieces of art that we can draw seem to denote either hints or clues or something about our character's origin. So once we've checked out the mushroom patch we've been growing, which should let us finally build him a bed. Yeah, I know that doesn't make sense, but it will. Then let's go back to the art, see what we can decipher. Because Dash was asking us earlier, was asking me yesterday, how much do I want to know in terms of, direction? And I'm in two minds, because solving these puzzles ourselves is always great, but I am so empathically linked to this little guy's experience that I want to make sure this little thing's okay. You know what I mean? But we're almost at the halfway mark, friends. It has definitely not been 100 and some odd days since we started this. Good at maths. Dash is saying the advice I would have given is not on a matter of him being okay or not. You're good in that front. Okay, cool. Favor6 being I'm so glad this game doesn't use the Hall of the Mountain King in its music. I'm even more cabin fever than I am already. Sorry, I don't know if to call it Alton Towers theme music is wrong, but it was used for one of Alton Towers' most iconic roller coaster adverts. And yeah, Faber, I couldn't even tell you which roller coaster it was, but I can remember the advert with crystal clarity in my mind. Oh, and Fearless is saying I never noticed how the king snores until now. It's a good point. I've read that singing is a good recipe against loneliness. La 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 la. No, it's not. But by the end of this, little dude's gonna be very well read. Oh, Alan is no, it is pretty much the Alton Towers theme music now. Okay, I'm alright with that. Oh. Of all the games that I thought we'd end up coming back to multiple times, I didn't think it was going to be this one. You know what I mean? When I first saw this, I honestly thought we'd play it once, wait 400 days, and then jump back into it. Which, considering everything, I thought was a really good idea. Well, Dash, I can't help you with your meetings, friend, but you know we'll be here when you get back. We got you. Little Shade's I've seen all these places already. It's the same old caves. Just they were 100 days before. I wonder. Oh, Kandarian says Noita's got a big new major update. Ooh, anything tasty in the new update? I haven't been back for a while, as I don't know. It's weird that Noita didn't grab me in the same way as Spelunky and stuff like that. I still haven't done a clear run of it yet. Alright. Let's have a look. Biome changes, 8 new spells, eating and drinking rework, new perks, new items, and new enemies. Interesting. Maybe something to have a look at. Yeah, it's weird that Noita's hooks kind of fell out of me, which is strange, because usually with a game like that is I binge it until I finish it. I guess a wee bit of gaming news I've heard for those like myself who are still toiling away in Tarkov. So there are rumblings that a wipe is on the way. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I think I might go out with a Perios at some point and go be feckin' loot goblins. Go run around with the shiny gear and just throw it left, right, and center. Sorry, if you haven't seen this is one of my favorite features. Is to see a map of this in-game world. What you have to do is go to the map room and decipher the carvings. That as your character is starting to understand and realize all the little elements of the carvings on the wall, the camera pulls out to give you context. I feckin' love it. So Alana says, would it be down to the fact there's already so much side content in Noita that it doesn't help the main goal directly? I think it's because while Noita is a lot of fun, it feels, and this is just to me, this is not a criticism on the game, it feels to me more like an experience game than a roguelike or roguelite or however you want to, denote it. It feels like the kind of game that win, lose or draw, you experience, and that's its goal. And that's okay, that's super feckin' cool, right? But it doesn't feel like I can make any concerned efforts to succeed or impede my victories beyond a certain point. That if you're not presented with a certain combination of equipment and items, that victory's just not going to happen. Some spells are worthless, some spells are feckin' useful, and getting the things together, it's useful. One of the things that I do enjoy about Noita is that the amount of game that is available overall is far, far more than you're presented with, and I think that's real important. Also, where do we get the red curtain from? Because I just realised that on the store page for this, their little shade's got a red curtain in his room. We don't have that yet. We bought all of the secrets. We've been to the Infinite Hall, which is a great place to have it. Oh, Dash has got a red curtain. Oh, look at you, you're all fancy. Got out like feckin' carpets again, not the one. So this is the world of the longing.
Who wants to sing?
Thank you, Fiona. Fiona's giving us a host. Well, there doesn't seem to be any like cave-ins or new areas. I guess it doesn't show us the minutia, right? So we'll head back up to the mushroom patch, which should be around here. We'll go from there. Where did I put the mushroom patch? These are not in order. Ah, there we go. So D&D with Joe Cat yesterday was feckin' good. For those of you who don't know, Joe Cat's been running a D&D campaign for Fiona and Sky and Alex with my dumbass tagging along, and it's been real fun. It's been over on Fiona's channel, so yeah, if you're not following Fiona already, I highly recommend doing that. But yeah, so with Noita, I still think that what is special is all the additional elements around it. That there is an inordinate amount of world behind it, and I will admit the first time where I found out that there was more to that game than just immediately going down the mines, it blew my mind. No pun intended. I think what I would like would be if spending time in the overworld gave one more survivability. Oh, hello at you, mate. How are you doing? What a would welcome. Thank you for the follow. We're playing Spot of the Longing. We have a long, slow trudge to go eat a bunch of mushrooms. How are you? Yeah, and Shackle, I know what you mean. The king is not center of the world, and that is fascinating. Oh, we're doing well over here. So it wasn't merely a host, but it was a nugget raid. Ah, I should have known. Little chunk of nuggets. We've been calling them recently the little freeloaders. Every time I go to the fridge, you just hear this I'm like, little bastards, you just had like a shit ton of salad. Little freeloaders. I am on a quest of sorrow. You're fine. You got a lovely warm house, some great reads. Captain Steph there, ready with a little bit of raid defense. Although, not too much defense is needed against Nuggets. They're currently...
Who's your Jarl now at Viking_blonde?
An excellent question. Who is the Jarl now? I guess we'll never know, Vanderbeek. Congratulations on your Jarldom. Although Ehrman got the Jarl snipe earlier, and you Jarl sniped the Jarl snipe. Man, that seems like a great name for a board game. Beadora Watto. And friends, if I have missed any banter topics we'll be going through, we've got plenty of time to chat. Distraction carrots, hoppacha! Yeah, because we blitzed through the games industry stuff real fast. And things have been kind of slowly coming together. Favor, we get more Jarls. We get Jarls more often than the Roman Empire got emperors. I mean, towards the end, they had a few that stuck around for a couple of years. A fat lot of good it did most of them, but you know. God. Oh, and Dash, you know we're doing shrooms. Have a good meeting, friend, and we'll see you when you get back. Yeah. Though, friends, if you're vaguely interested in that particular time of very volatile Roman history, might I recommend you another video game? No, I worked on Attila, and that was right as the Western Roman Empire was imploding, and they were changing emperors fast, and they were changing pants. It was glorious. Okay, no, it was terrible for them, but historically it was very entertaining. Oh. And yeah, and going back to the Total War stuff. Hey.
Only here during my lunch hour, but resubbed.
And Lucian Gray, that brings you up to the full 12 months. That is a golden, that is a red and steel boat. The height pinnacle of water-based battle. I hope you're doing well, friend. Thank you. Well, Lizzie Power, I do mean that video game. I think someone actually made a mod of my dumb face in there.
Stop that incessant
Yo!
clicking.
Oh wow, I nearly cheeky T-burped everywhere. Lucian Gray, you feckin' ledge. So on top of a full year, sincerely thank you. You also gifted out 5 subs to the crowd. Those went to Insane Scots, Skunk Butt, Zarton,
Stop that incessant clicking.
Miranda Reese, and Love Me Feeding 11. I used to be able to do it in one run, because they haven't been around a while. And to Love Me, Feed Me, Never Leave Me. Camille, Watto friend. But yeah, one thing that's been making me real happy is, because we rewatched the Sonic film the other day, and
Stop that incessant clicking.
it's not bad. It's genuinely funny in places, but what still warms my little heart is that Total War is part of the Sega logo at the beginning, and it's specifically from the Shogun 2 intro, and I get to be all like, I worked on that. It makes me feel real cool. Alright. Michael!
Stop that incessant clicking.
Our little Shade's doing really well. He sat and read the entirety of the Iliad, which shaved off a bunch of days from the timer. We were going to get him loaded up on mushrooms.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Yeah, and it's a good point. We may want to keep hold of a few mushrooms just in case we haven't built enough. But the caves look a lot more packed out. So hopefully doing what they were suggesting and growing the green mushrooms next to the purple ones should make them big enough. Is hoping anyway. But I am sorry, Vanderbeest. From Lucian's hunting spree, it seems that Zartan was left with the Yaldu. But House Carl just mixing it up, yo. Ottazini, I see your comment. I see it. Sorry, that was me pondering our different stylings, because I believe... Oh, that way's a dead end with more mushrooms. Down is towards the growing room, and up is towards the idea of where we should be heading. Yep, so that's where the super mushrooms were growing. Okay, we got this. Yay! Oh, Camille, I'm real happy for you. Let me know how it goes, yo. Although we have to remember not to eat the green mushrooms because they don't cause us to trip out and dream. And is there anyone who hasn't got a proper hello from me, by the way? Miyaki Sakura. Nice. Oh, XT Johnny XP. Watto, friends! Alright, come on. If I've worked this out proper, then there should be a stonking great big mushroom at the end here, which we can climb up to get to even more areas. Ascend! Ascend! Ascend with God! I mean, Jade! Yeah! You big chunky mushrooms. Hi, Koa. Watto, friend! It's going real well. I mean, nothing bombastic, but had a good little day. Alright, you should be able to bounce on that to get up there. can't believe that actually worked. Alright, friends, we're in completely new territory here. And Camille, I absolutely would call it a proper Viking base. Probably a proper island base. Although, you would be one of the closest of us to would actually have longship parking, which would be dope! But yeah, Ikoa, things going well here. Like, nothing crazy or bombastic. Me and Fiona got up at a reasonable hour this morning, took Dagon a long walk, had those fancy little walking coffees while we were doing it. It's real good. I mean, both Fiona and I are kind of getting to the point of being work-at-home numpties. So, I don't know, it's nice. Had a good little breakfast, read some gaming news, like... The world is on fire, yes, but... Get to spend my day hanging out with you lot. That's not too shabby. And I will admit, I'm still being real bad for being, like, digitally quiet during my downtime. But... I have been lurk reading pretty much everything going on the Longship. Marshall Ray has said some of the nicest stuff about the Discord and everybody on there, and that got me real choked up, which was real nice. So, I'm doing real good. Doing real good. Oh, Sparky, well, we'll be holding hope for you, friend. Oh, hang on. Alright, no, we're cool, we're cool. Sorry, the background shading of that made it look like a boulder. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, DJ Post, but... And it seems that we're not the only game where people are eating strange mushrooms and seeing strange things. Fearless is saying that they're trying the new eating mechanics in Noita and have just scoffed a bunch of fungi. Making the interface a little trippy. Our little shade's just letting us know that without this light, this would be too dark to see. Naoki Sakura, you can lurk if you want to. Oh, dear lord. Oh, thanks. The safety dance can be stuck in my head now, between you and Sadlin. That's some Inception level nonsense. Wait. You were gonna pay Leonardo DiCaprio a bunch of money to Inception an idea in someone's mind? Are you kidding me? I can do it with a bad song in 5 minutes. 50p, bag of skips, I'll do it for you. A safety dance. God darn it. See? It's a long-ass corridor. Anyone else feeling like our little glowing mushroom might not be enough? Maybe I should turn back. I'm starting to hear strange sounds. Hell no. We came this far. We need a piece of wood for your bed. We're not going to find it, like, fecking around over there. Oh, this is actually getting pretty creepy. This isn't meant to be a horror game. We don't have another fungus light. See, we're fine! Yo. there is an up route from there. I can feel my end nearing. Oh, that's a shitty cliff. Yup! How about no? Whoa! It's just little guys like, I can feel my end nearing. I'm like, nope, 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 nope. I'm gonna go back up. Oh, I'm gonna need another cup of tea real soon. Is this the Blackout Club now? Yeah, Iko, it got dark. We just came here for a piece of wood. We need one more bit of wood to rebuild. I seem to have stumbled upon a hidden staircase in the darkness. Oh, so if we hadn't brought the mushroom, we wouldn't be able to see anything? Mushroom worn out? Are we in trouble? What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Yeah, it had teeth. And Little Shade's like, I feel like I've had a horrible nightmare. Alright. Hang on, hang on. We've seen those teeth before. So not the tragedy. Throne. Stay or leave. I know we've seen those teeth before. The hermit, the fair, the fugitive. The creature? Are we the creature? No. The leaf, the abyss, the musician. Hypnosis? Secret gone, the call, the wonder. Alright, I'm gonna need another feckin' coffee, my friends. Holy crud. Oh, Datreb says, black, white, yellow. Yes, let's have a quick look. I mean, we're in no rush. Angst. Savior, Moon King, family, treasure, duality. It was just that thing said, I can see you. So Sparky, we took our light right up to the top bit. And something came out of the darkness. It had our eyes, but its mouth opened wider with more teeth. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. You know what? Usually I wouldn't take a tea break at this point. Oh yeah, Miyagi Sakura and the reverb. It reminded me so much of Rain World. Oh. I no longer feel safe in here. Alright, friends. Hang on, let me put the banner up. Just real quick. Oh, no, sit down. Sit down. Just sit and have a chill. Friends, I'm just gonna go pour myself a cup of tea and just fucking breathe for a second. And then we can decide what the bloody hell to do next. We could go to the Infinite Halls, see if we can find the other goodies. But... Numbers saying, the last man on Earth sat alone in a room. There was a lock on the door. Oh. Yeah, I think we're all in agreement. Sparky's like, we all need a tea break to cover. Alright, friends, a couple minutes. Pour yourself a fresh brew. We'll come back here and we can chat about anything other than the fecking horrors in the darkness, which are apparently out to fecking get us. This is supposed to be a horror game. Yeah, alright friends, I'll be back in just a second. Please enjoy the lovely crackling of the fire. Okay, I have returned. Oh, and Sparky, I would wholeheartedly recommend this game. It's been a wonderful little adventure, and also the thing about this that's so interesting is our main motivation is just to make his little life better. We're not here to... I might do a spot of the Infinite Halls. Well, see, that's the thing, is should we start revisiting some of the... Like, should we go talk to this guy? See if he's got any numbers. Should we head back through that area? Yeah, Con McCap, I'm a little nervous that things are going to be different in the caves now as well. Let's check. Okay. We're going to check the crack in the glass by the gold, because if anything's going to bust in, it's going to steal. We're going to check the big face we can talk to. And... oh, where else might be worth checking? The waterfall might be worth a look. The library! Oh, we're cool. Yeah. So, let's start doing the rounds. But yeah, as Sparky, the thing I love about this game is that our motivation isn't necessarily exploration. We don't have to find out any of the stuff. We don't have to go up to where we went to.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I'm British Beaver. Thank you kindly, friend. Alright, so I want to go here first, because we're going to go check out the gold room, because it's closer. Then we'll head to the face that talks. Then, I guess the Royal Library. Check the Infinite Halls a little bit. Numbers are saying that 210 story I read earlier has two versions. I'm not sure which is creepier. There was a lock on the door, or there was a knock on the door. Well, the lock on the door leaves far more to the imagination. The knock on the door is creepier. And again, British Beaver, thank you for that. Like, the House Carl Hunters this month have been off the chain. Graphite says, do we have a light source that lasts longer than a mushroom? Not currently. Oh, British Beaver. It's lovely to see you. There's an option to, it just doesn't work. Colin McCap saying, I honestly think it was just too dark for the mushroom. Very true. And it looks like we found the dark ending. That is to say, we didn't just find the bad ending. Like, I have a feeling that had we chosen to, we could have walked right off whatever that was. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I'm stacking us up on coal. Because we need 5 coal for a fire. Oh, Michael, I would love to talk about the Blackout Club. I mean, I tattooed on my arm, so I'm a little bit of a fan. The Blackout Club is a fascinating little game. The gameplay is very much like classic sneak-em-ups like Thief and things like that, but it's a multiplayer game. So it's you and a group of friends creeping around the town of Redacre doing small missions. The story posing is that things are afoot in Redacre, set in a radio dead zone in Virginia. For some reason, every night, the grown-ups of the town of Redacre get up and sleepwalk around the town, some donning strange, outfits and delving beneath the town to build something. You and other members of the Blackout Club are trying to find out what's going on and trying to discover the meaning and cause of it, and then eventually bust out and tell the world. Here's where it gets weird, though. The Blackout Club has a feature called Advanced Horror, where you give permission for the development team to mess with you directly, and it is glorious. It turns out that the struggles of Redacre are a multitude. That there is a pantheon of gods doing battle with each other for a myriad of different reasons, with one main god, Speakers One, being the instigator of all of the nonsense. And the story of the Blackout Club is being told in real time, which is what's so fascinating about it. So it's not... Ooh. We have the option to use the Manic anyway. Certainly seems like a bad idea. Let's give it a go. Oh well, that was a complete failure. We've mined everything that we intended to, so... I wonder if this is a 2 pickaxe situation. Oh well. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. The Blackout Club's story is being told almost in the same manner as like an ARG, like in real time. The weird text prompts in the Blackout Club, different gods can communicate in different ways. So I'm a big fan of the Idea. The Idea is kind of a bit broken, so isn't able to talk to you with a voice, but can like basically send you messages. One of the mechanics in the Blackout Club is there are certain elements, clues, and creatures that can only be seen by closing your eyes. Some messages sent to you can only be seen, although not all gods get into that. I think this is definitely a 3 pickaxe scenario. So let's try talking to the face next. Because before, we didn't have the option of trying to crack the glass. Now we do. Oh yeah, Naunus, I really enjoyed that animation. It's very evocative of like Monkey Island and like the more whimsical of the LucasArts titles. And yeah, Colin McCaps, something's got to have changed. So I'm just thinking of all the main places we could go to. Like, we have the Hidden Library, the Hall of Infinite Nonsense. We've got the crystal area with the waters and whatnot. So Shackle says, I wonder why could Angst see us? Oh wait, do you mean the thing in the darkness? I mean, we attempted to have a glowing mushroom, but that didn't work. Michael, I don't know. It's one of those things that we won't really know until it's over, but you wouldn't be completely removed from the story. Oh, Zero. My beverage is lovely, and it is lovely to see you. real nice to hear you're having a good day, so thank you for coming to share that with us. We're playing The Longing. We saw some weird shit in the dark, and now we're talking to Face. Hey, Face, how are you? Oh, I'm well, thank you. How are you? I'm good. What lies beyond? Beyond this cave, there is light. Light is beautiful and dangerous. How can I overcome the darkness? Anyway, the way to light is blocked by total darkness. You will only overcome darkness if you learn to become darkness. This way you will be invisible to it. But you will only achieve this if you delve deep into your own mind in conscious loneliness. Oh crap, so we need to eat a ton of mushrooms. So we need to eat a ton of mushrooms to learn how to sneak past that thing. Alright, I got an idea. So we're going to be growing and scoffing mushrooms. And Katros, that does sound glorious. The idea of a Star Wars game with a Knights of the Old Republic plot, but Jedi Academy gameplay. Oh. Although I'm a weird one because I really enjoyed the. Alright, we are going to go check out the waterfall and the infinite caves first, though. You know, we've got all day. We're in no rush. Plus, I get to talk to you a lot more. Yeah, one of the things I really like with Jedi Outcast was that you could turn on lightsaber combat where if you just cut someone through, it cut them asunder. Made saber combat super deadly and really intense. It was a lot of fun. Because the darkness said, I see you, right? So I guess we've got to learn how to close our eyes. And what the face was saying kind of implies that we need to delve into our own mind. And the way we've been doing that is by just scoffing mushrooms like there's no tomorrow. Let's get high as a kite indeed. Fuck me, that thing was scary. Oh, Beadora, I'm sorry to hear. Beadora was saying they thought the new XCOM game, XCOM Chimera Squad, was out on the Switch, and it isn't, and they're now low-key disappointed. I am going to have to Google it. Numbers. I'm going to have to Google it. That does not ring a bell. Oh, congratulations. I'm always when someone could recommend me a game I haven't heard of, I do always take it as like a little. That's way cool. the only time I get salty when people are like, there is this indie game you've probably never heard of it. It's called XCOM. Like, my brain's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What? Wheeler Dealer like, is this 2D Gone Home? Guess sort of. Parkour, parkour! Wheeler Dealer, how are you doing, friend? Watto and welcome. A game review described a version as a razor blade and a candy apple. That sounds like our kind of jam. Maybe I shouldn't have used all our pickaxes on the gold. I'll have to try and find some more somewhere. I keep feeling like this room's got massive significance. I just don't know why. And we still haven't found enough wood to build the bed. Oh, and Ikoa, I want to hard agree with you as well. Like, and I'm not saying that I would hate this game if it did it, but yeah, encountering that there is something horrifying in the darkness that we need to overcome is making me kind of go. But it's not something that we must fight. It's something we must outthink or outdrugs. You're not wrong, Alnus. You're not wrong. Also, I don't know if we're meant to still be hoarding moss. I've got like 27 moss. Currently, Lizzie, I do not have enough wood in my life. If I could find some decent wood, we could finish bedding. Nah, see, you could see I was going for the joke there. I stacked it. Oh, actually, compliment Cap. That's a scary thought. What if the water? What if that whole crystal area is beneath that cliff? Wheeler Dealer says, how many subs before you stream E.T. the Extraterrestrial? I wonder. We'd need to set like a challenge to it or something. Because I've done painful games before. And I have a penchant for games that are sometimes actively hostile. Like, I really want to do Takeshi's Challenge with everybody. Which, as it turns out, isn't actually that expensive to acquire. But, sorry, that's one for the future. Superman 64. Oh, and Katros, also hard agree that the Moomin flavor of this whole thing really does shine through. E.T., but if you die, you have to do a shot of hot sauce. Oh. Well, rip my bathroom. Oh my word, E.T., the Atari game in VR? Oh wait, or do you mean Superman 64 in VR? Because that could be just as bad. I just imagine those brutal, like, color palettes that close up. File that under a big old bag and no! Whoa! The only problem with VR is once you puke, you're done. That's a real shame. It's like, do people want to see Will vom live on stage? I don't see anything else here. Alright, so next spot we need the... Where's the Eternal Library? Oh, but we just head to here. That'll get us in. Oh, well, Wheeler Dealer was letting us know that we as the Longship are the only people streaming this today. I'm okay with this. I mean, I'm just happy more people get the chance to see it, you know? So, Wheeler Dealer, when you joined us, we are still on the hunt for the last pieces of wood to put together our bed. but we finally grown the mushrooms enough where we could start exploring the above, and it got dark, and it got darker, and then in the darkness we saw a pair of eyes almost exactly the same as our own, and when we confronted them, it opened a smile wider than should be natural. Then we woke up in our room and said, "Oh, that was a nightmare." So now we're trying to see what else has changed. I seem to be able to try to crack into the vault now, but I've also lost 2 pickaxes trying to break it. So... Camsep's like, something like in her teeth? More... In her teeth's more round, big tooth mum. This was a pretender to Tooth Mum's throne. Ikoa said, "Did we lose time when we returned home?" Shite, I don't actually... Does anyone remember? Did we lose time? Now the face, when we asked the face about the darkness, the face has basically said to us that we need to look inside ourselves to find a way to traverse the darkness. We basically need to close our eyes and be able to walk past it. We think. Yeah, Miyaki's Guru, it did say, "I can see you." It did feel like a threat. So, we're trying to think this through. We're working the puzzle through. Also, 69 viewers. Nice. Nice. I don't know. I should find... Well... I don't know. I find the glacial pacing of this game to be incredibly comforting. And it might be one of the reasons why the threat feels more like something we should outthink than battle. Does that make a weird sense? Iko was like, "I wonder if we see anything else when we close our eyes. Like with the Blackout Club. Maybe we have the Shape as a neighbour. This is where he hangs out when he's not jumping through red doors and, you know, oh, your face." Sparky says, "I was actually in 2 minds about the glacial pace, but I'm starting to come around to it." Well, what a lot of people have done is that basically had the logging essentially as second screen gaming. Not too dissimilar from an idle game. Once you've explored kind of like the core points of the map, a lot of it is this slow, like, plodding. And when you find something, it feels like such a great achievement, but it's not challenging you with reactions, and it's not challenging you with memory. It's challenging you with patience. And I think that's kind of interesting. The hand-drawn style shines, absolutely. Wheeler Dealer's like, "As an exercise in the concept, I'm glad it exists. And I will never play it." And that's okay. I mean, I feel that there are some games which can be understood. I mean, I would still recommend picking this up and playing it. Not necessarily directly to yourself, but to people watching. But this is still our little journey together. With some particular titles, I do feel like you have to experience them yourself to understand them. So games like Pony Island, The Hex, the Beginner's Guide, stuff like that. Even games like the Beginner's Guide that have a non-combative element. Wheeler says, so now you kind of have to stick with it for the next 211 days, though. Well, we shaved a bunch of days off because we got our little dude to read the Iliad whilst we had a fire going. It doesn't seem to be too much change, but we'll check in the major areas. It does look like that roof's going to come in at some point, but there's nothing we can do to hasten it right now. Yeah, that's absolutely... No. I guess what I would add to that is that it makes me really happy that people who wouldn't have played this game get to experience it through what we do here. I am a big proponent of accessibility in games, and I don't believe that they should be behind a barrier. And if I can help people experience this when they either don't have time or don't have the ability or the inclination, then I feel I'm doing my little job right. Oh yeah, and so, sorry, so what Ark of the Conclave was saying is that one of the elements of this game that really shines is that our goal is to make this little dude's life better. That's what we're doing as a group. We're also going to hang out in the Infinite Halls for a little bit because I want to see if I can get us like some curtains or something. And then I'm trying to think where else we can check out. We'll check the overworld because I know there's places we done been to. But basically, you just need to start scoffing mushrooms, and that's okay. Sorry. So with this game, the initial concept before we started trying to solve these puzzles is that we are in control of this little shade who has been tasked with waiting for 400 days. In 400 days, it'll be his job to wake up the king under the mountain. The king's goal is to remove loneliness, and he is resting for 400 days to accumulate his power to do thusly. Our goal is to make this little shade's life as comfortable as possible so that the time breezes by. If you start this game, begin the game, shut it down, and boot it up 400 days later, then you can wake the king up. But we've managed to shave like well over 100 days off this because our little shade's room now is warm and comfortable. He has books to read and shiny crystals and art on the walls, and he can play music if he wants. Like, we've been able to speed up his life considerably, and I love that as a concept. Our goal is not victory over the evil forces or saving the kingdom. Our goal is make something's life happier. Now, mysteries and things are starting to unfurl, but yeah, currently our big quest, build a sodding bed. The reason we're going to the Halls of Eternity is because often you can pick up books and rugs and things from there. Yeah, Yaddle Drop, it's a really cool concept, and I fully support this game. The peeps I know who have played this in their downtime have screamed way past us, but that's because, like, if you spend a lot of time with this little guy and like playing the little flute and hanging out and having a good time, then the time screams by. Whereas, I mean, last time we left him with a good book and a warm fire, and he managed to have a good little time of it. Yeah, okay. Speeding up his life doesn't sound quite right. It doesn't have the quite right ring to it. You're very right, Marshall Rhea. But I'm just enamored with this concept, and it continues to be a wonderful little group experience. Does that make sense? Sorry, the tangent I was going off on is most of the people I know who've played this or played through it themselves, what they've done is they've kind of had it on as their second screen while they've been doing other things. Great little game to have on while you're doing paperwork and stuff like that. Judging by his eyes, he has had all the coffee. Well, unless he has a shit ton of drugs, he doesn't sleep. That's the other thing. Sparky's like, back in a bit, don't do anything scary while I'm gone. I didn't intend to do anything scary while you left the last time, I assure you. Oh. And yeah, I know we talk about this every week, but it is fascinating that even considering this game's glacial pace, it's so engaging. Alright, there's the other side of the hidden library. They dropped a bunch of feckin' rocks behind it, Egypts. Not that we could crack it open. Though now, every time like the background music starts to swell, I find myself being like, wait. I'm just checking the screen to see if there's another pair of eyes. So yeah, our current goals. Head to the house of a lonely shade is wandering through the empty caves once more. We are going to head to the caves of infinite funkiness. See if we can get any more goodies. We'll probably walk in there for like 5 or 10 minutes. Then we'll head back, eat a crap load of mushrooms in our own home. Then after having eaten all the mushrooms at home, we'll go up to the mushroom growing areas up top and just feckin' scarf mushrooms. Lizzie, I have seen The Boys, and whew, that is a show and a half. I have seen The Boys. I won't say any more other than it is a brutal show with some great thinking pieces. The one I keep hovering over that I haven't watched yet is Brightburn. I keep meaning to watch that, but every time I see it on my varying queues, it's like 3 in the morning and I'm like, this is either going to be good and I'm going to end up staying up for 2 hours to watch it, or this is going to end up being just like background horror and I'm going to have messed up dreams while I watch it. So Yaddle's saying, is there a backstory for this little guy, or is his only purpose to wake up the king? Well, initially I would have said, no, he's just here to wake up the king, but since then, I don't know. Because every time we've gotten him high as balls on mushrooms, he's had a dream, or a memory, or a flashback. We're not really sure right now. But we're slowly learning. Slowly learning. There's also, so yeah, there seems to be tiny hints as well in the Shade's artwork, but I don't know, still trying to decipher that. And the dreams do involve an old man and a kid, and a little Shade with a big beardy king. Yeah, is it just coincidence, analogy? Is this, who knows? I mean, I guess people who've played a lot more of this know. But yeah, the Shade does not rush. The Shade does not run. And the fascinating thing, of course, about this being that using the system of memory, like remembering where everything's at, we don't, like right now, I'm hands off the keyboard. And it means that the pressure is not on us to constantly be in control. It doesn't, Perhaps that's why it doesn't feel restrictive. Because it's not asking us to move this character around. They go at the pace they're going. Little guy must have bruised feeties if you listen to the way he's slapping him down. He seems to be fine. He doesn't need to eat or drink either. Though he does have water in his house now, just as a what's the term? Decorative element. The Longing introducing the next big thing: slow travel. Whoa! As Bennett Foddy discussed, like, a mountain is a mountain because it's hard to climb. You know, what is distance? What is length? How big is a mile in a game? Because really, a mile is only as long as comparative to the objects in it, right? And it only feels as long as it takes to traverse. Alright, sorry, I played, what was it? Ghost Recon Ghostlands? Oh god, I don't remember it. The latest of the kind of the Tom Clancy games. I had a crack at it last night because they recently added a feature where you can choose what kind of gameplay you want. The games, I mean, it's very by the numbers. It basically, narratively, it's Sonic Heroes, but replace Sonic with the Punisher. That's it. You make your own kind of like Ghost Recon Sona, your own little like army person, and they're the head of the Ghost Recon special team. And then you meet the dude who played the Punisher, and you're like, hey, and he's like, oh, we're not friends anymore, kablam. And then you have like flashbacks of you and him hanging out and having cool times. Ooh, new book. This book will keep me company at home. Well, anyway, so I had a crack at it last night. It's more interesting with the Ubisoft gameplay mechanics turned off, but it still suffers from a lot of the kind of compounded like studio design that Ubisoft does, where they put features into all of their games because it works in one of them. But the thing that I was thinking about was that the size and distance of that map is weird. It should be a huge, fresh, sprawling map full of weirdness, but honestly, I skipped so much of it just with either fast travel options or vehicles. And, okay, yes, it is cool being able to jump into a helicopter and fly across at high speed and then leap out with a parachute and you're there. But it also truncates the space. A gigantic packed island feels small and sparse when you can ski past it so quickly. Because Ark was saying like Outer Wilds is like 100 kilometers from one end of the solar system to the other, but it doesn't feel that. Because again, like, distance in games is not as hard and fast an element as it seems to be. And I know that you can measure from one point to t'other. If you're creating everything to a scale, you can say, all right, well, you know, this map is 3 kilometers by 4 kilometers. But what does that actually mean to the user? I guess that's where I'm at, you know? Steel Fox, what, old friend? How goes it? We are back in The Longing. I think this is like episode 4 of The Longing now. We've seen some messed up shit. And now we're trying to make our little guy's day that little bit better. Ooh, another book. Let's see if we can get one more before we head home. To eat a bunch of mushrooms and go from there. It was one of the things that was simultaneously so wonderful, and this was just at launch, so I'm not dissing on the game, but when Generation Zero launched, the distance between towns felt massive because you could only traverse it on foot. But unfortunately, once you got to the towns, there wasn't really anything to explore or discover. So it had the distance down perfect, but it didn't have the... It still felt empty and sparse. I still wonder what happened with Generation Zero. It feels like there was a much larger game in the works there. But that's another story. Steel Fox, I'm real sorry to hear you got a rejection letter. I would not take it personally right now. Like, world's on fire and most places are on lockdown. So... yeah. Emperor says, has Gen Zero gotten any major content updates since launch? It has. There's bicycles for fast travel. They added a new island area, a couple new weapons, a new tier of robot to do battle with. Oh. But the authenticity of the environment, what it did and what it showed off was feckin' cool. And I really, really want to sing the praises of that, you know what I mean? Like, the distance, Generation Zero's map feels ginormous, and getting from one side to the other feels like a genuine undertaking, and that's great. Also, interesting story, fresh flavor, like, yo. It's just something to take into consideration. Alright, that's 3 books. We'll head back home. Oh, so Marshall Ray is going to be giving Generation Zero a go now. All right, 3 books. Let's head back home. Because we're gonna go home, put our books on the shelf, and do a shit ton of mushrooms. Oh yeah, Marshall Ray, if you need an extra gun for that at some point, I do still have my Barrett rifle. Well, so Steel Fox, it's an interesting thing to say. Because you were saying, I mean, I know it was a joke, like, make your game world twice as big by making movement speed by halving the movement speed. But it was one of the things we talked about with your larger levels of creation, was the perception of size. Because it was very difficult for the user to ground themselves in the map to know where they were. It was very hard for them to gauge how big any level was. So they weren't really able to get any understanding of distance traveled until they played a few levels until they got after it. And Katros, I believe that Gen Zero is currently free to play at the moment, so maybe now give it a try. From what the developers told us is that it's not a carbon copy of a place in the world, but that each of the small elements that come together to make the island are all taken from real-world locations, which is where it has that authenticity. It's not, like, you couldn't point to it on a map and say that is where this game takes place, but all of the smaller parts are taken from other places. Marshall's saying it's free for 5 days right now. That's not bad. Oh, feckin' hell, yeah. Scale of distance in receiver? Feckin' hell. Oh. See, there is one other element to the deciding of pace in video games, and that is difficulty. That is to say, care. You're not necessarily having to punish users with brutal gameplay, but the slower they must take it at their own pace, the larger world can feel. Because Tal was mentioning Receiver 2. That game feels massive. But thinking about it, if you remove the enemies from it, all in truth, there aren't that many environments. And, you know, because it takes place within an air quotes mindscape, you know, you're covering a lot of the same terrain. But because you must look at each room, each area so slow and so careful, like, holy crud, it feels like the largest of experiences. Also, Tal and I are both in agreement that the Colt single-action army can get in the sea and live there forever. It is now Aquaman's pistol. I never want to see it again. Well, Beadora, I understand it's not your kind of game, and I don't want to bully you into playing games that aren't your flavor, but if you want to play with a group, the Longship will come with you. I got a Barrett rifle. Aspects has put in a ton of hours. Like, think of it just like a jaunt around the... Steel. Just make the map bigger. There should be like a box you tick in Unity right next to the add online multiplayer. Yeah. Oh, Caffeine, you've got to give Receiver a go at some point. Because, oh, it's just a fresh bastard. The single action army. Moose says, that's especially interesting given the M1911 status as the Old Faithful. Oh, the 1911's gorgeous. Every time I start a run with that, I'm like, friend! Because it's got a little safety, and you can just like, alright, shit. Caffeine's like, I've gone one round, got a bad gun, so I'm giving it a break. Yeah, the interesting thing is, as the levels progress, the narrative is that the forces that be are trying to jam your gun and mess with you. Steel says, what about finger guns? Less complicated and less effective. I also found out, to much dismay, because, as you know from playing Receiver, it gives you a bunch of gun facts. There is actually a real-world pistol called the Yeet Cannon. It turns out, if you let the internet name things, they name things. That is a real thing that exists. Oh yeah, and Steel Fox, yeah, that was the game where, yeah, you need to basically be a concert pianist to reload weapons. Caffeine knew the maker. Yeah. But yeah, I really need someone else to finish Receiver so I can chat with him, because I don't want to spoil it, per se, but my feelings on it are a fucking Quality Street pick and mix of feels. I recommend playing it. I recommend it wholeheartedly. And the way it tries to use itself to teach a message, I think is fascinating. And the message, by the way, isn't guns are good. The message is that, you know, with practice and care, gun safety becomes second nature, which I'm just like, huh, that's real cool. As opposed to, say, like Hot Dogs and Horseshoes, where all the weird intricacies of guns kind of become almost a comedy, if that makes sense. Oh yeah, so Caffeine, interesting thing, they have said that one of the changes they are going to be making is that you'll no longer go down a level when you quit the game. Count Frez, got sucked into Receiver 2, haven't got past Sleeper though. Yeah, it's tricky. It's just like, anytime you get a pistol with a safety. Though, oh, Count Frez, the one thing that I learned was that if you pop the mag on the Glock, make sure there's nothing in the chamber, and hold the slide back when you put it away, there's no chance of blowing your feeties, or in my case, your nipples off, because I was using a chest holster. No, there's no in-game reason for that. That's just my my decision. Yeah, Beadora, bark bark. That was River. Sparrow says, might stop playing Receiver 2. It seems like the only shooty gun bang I might be able to get into. Well, I mean, what's fascinating about it is that it is absolutely glacial pace. I can confirm there are no baddies, but I do want to say that the trigger warnings at the beginning of that game should not be taken lightly. It does contain some very, very heavy topics, which can be turned off in the options menu. But yeah. Oh, Shackle. So we haven't done the shrooms. Wait, no. Were you there when we took the shroom right up to the top? Because we've done that, and now we're gonna just go back to our place and just eat a bunch of shrooms. And actually, Shackle, I do kind of agree with you. I'd love if you could do the faffing about with, like, if you could do irresponsible things with firearms in that, just because it would show you the real stuff. Alright, so Dash, we jumped on the mushroom, we went up, we saw the big cliff, because thankfully we had like a glowing shroom with us, so we didn't walk off the edge of the cliff. We went up into the darkness until we confronted another pair of eyes, like ours. But as we got close, this huge smiling teeth opened. And it said, we see you. Oh, sorry, it said, I see you. Angst got you. Got it. Yep. Yes. Alright, Beodora, you are correct. Just as a quick aside, we are obviously talking about doing shrooms in-game. Psychotropics, by my understanding, are illegal in most countries, and you should not consume them. That is a very bad idea. We do not condone that, as that would be against T's and C's. However, if you find that you've consumed them by accident, make sure you do it safely. In a place with people you trust. And, definitely do not go from indoor to outdoor environments or from small scale places to large scale, because hypothetically that would mess you up a lot. Accidental safety is a phrase I want to figure out how to use more. Don't do drugs, but if you accidentally find that you have consumed them, here's how to do them safely. Oh, and Dash, you'll be very pleased to know that we managed to work that out by ourselves, which is why we're about to go do a shit ton of drugs. Because our theory is that if we do enough drugs, we'll be able to use our introspection to work out how to avoid angst. Take all the drugs! Kill a bear! That is one of the things that I do miss is, from living down in South Park, is that there's this lovely little bar called the Retties. Great little breakfasts. One of those, like, open till 2 AM, serve burgers till 1. And when I was staying down there, after I'd finished doing the show with you lot in the evenings, I'd stop in there for a pint. And there was this proper psychonaut, this proper old boy, and some of his stories of consumptions of psychotropics just had me going, wow. It's fascinating, the folk you meet here in the Seattle streets, I tell you. Beodora's like, I'm pretty sure doing drugs is going to make my angst stronger. You may have a point. But yeah, I really enjoyed Receiver, and I really enjoyed parts of it, and other parts of it I am still kind of reeling from. But I don't want to colour someone else's experience, because I need to know if I am reading some situations correctly, if you know what I mean. And I will say that one of the things about Receiver is that once you've played a fair few rounds, there's a, like, the first time I kind of got the Glock down pat, Like, I was doing all the safe things, and I was using it correctly, and, like, reloading it and doing stuff. Even though I'm basically doing, like, spiders crawling across a keyboard hands. It feels so good. You eat your snoring bed, bad words. Leave me to do all the feckin' work, Daddy, why don't yous? Feckin' kid. Oh, look at me, I'm gonna go for a wee nap. Hang out on my giant throne. Feckin' wee. Hey! BT, you feckin' legends. What, ho, friends? 17 months. And with a ninja-style Yaldum snipe there. Oh, it's good to see you, BT. Rhymes and Moose saying, random thoughts. The Glock naming convention implies the possibility of a Glock 69. Nice. Unique King! I just clicked the Wake the King up, see if it did anything. It did not. BT, I'm doing wonderful today. I've got all of these lovely Mother Hubbards. We have seen some creepy shit in this game. So we're going to do a bunch of mushrooms so we can learn how to defeat our own angst. You know, standard stuff. Standard stuff. Got a couple new books. BT's like, glad to hear it. Okay. Alright, let's just see what some of those books are. Thoughts. Oh, actually, let's check thoughts. King told me to wait for 400 days. Should awaken him. At least my birthday was in. The face told me, as long as there is time, there will always be longing. And once longing has ended, the world will no longer need time. Okay. Objective: a strange place, a kingdom of grass and green. A spider emerged from the depths and scared a young troll sitting nearby. I wonder if this place is real in my imagination. The face has told me that beyond the cave there is light. Light is beautiful and dangerous. Light is without understanding. Don't trust the childish eyes of the young. They will fear you. Only trust the old and blind, who are not afraid of that which emerges from darkness. The other thing it told us is that, yeah, we needed to do a bunch of mushrooms and not look at ourselves in the eye. Explored the caves, but I feel the presence of great darkness lurking somewhere. We saw that. What is it? How would I overcome it? The cave is supposedly full of hidden places. I thought we found them all. What have I discovered every bit? I have seen nearly every area of the cave. I really need to read more. A dream would be to find a book that never ends. We haven't found that yet. I still have learned that only a fool tries to reach the end of eternity. Alright, Face 10. The way to the light is blocked by total darkness. You will only overcome darkness if you learn to become it. This way you will be invisible to it. But you will only achieve this if you delve deep, deep into your own mind in the conscious loneliness. Drugs. Since I have some spare time, maybe we could try and make use of it. Need more pictures on the wall, especially lice pictures. Bed would be nice. Still haven't got enough stuff to build a bed. Done most of these. We have 5 disappointments left. A lot of moss. Oh, wow. It's a 398 page. The Narrative of Gordon Pym. Introductory note. Huh, cool. I don't even know if it's a good book, but it's 400. It's nearly 400 pages long. Dash says the last piece of wood is a pain to get. Oh, good. Just wanted a bed. No one glocks like Gaston. No one block rocks like Gaston. Yeah, we're so it's a Norwegian play. Interesting. All right. On the plus side, these shrooms are almost ready to eat again. Dash, do you know how long it takes to finish growing shrooms? Because we could get the Duke going. Jim plays. What, oh friend? How goes it? How goes it? Because we could go just back up to the top and see how many of those we can scoff. Alright, we'll get the fire going. The quicker we get time going, the more shrooms we can eat. You know, standard stuff, standard stuff. Moby Dick poems, Metamorphosis, The Six Swans, the Iliad, 1 to 13. How long is that? Oh, it's only 300 pages. Psh. More like Edgar Allan. Yo! And we can leave him to auto-read as well while we're chatting. Let's sit and stare. Game, please. Sometimes you just want to chill out, stare off into space. Jim plays, I have seen a bunch about Cloudpunk. Essentially, Taxi from the Fifth Element simulator. If I'm thinking of the correct game. It looks very interesting. Ami's like, get a drink or a bite to eat. I have actually been real good for staying hydrated and looking after my dumb self. Doing well. Miyaki Sakura, but is this the Taco Bell variant? Lamentably, it is not. Lamentably, it is not. Also, I need Grubhub to stop thinking that I really, really like Taco Bell. Like, I've had it once in my life, and it was the junk food I expected it to be, and that's okay. Aha! Job's a good one. Sorry, the one little piece of administrative work I had to do today is now done, which I'm very happy. So friends, if you want to send things to the PO box down below, you feckin' can. That is all sorted for the next 6 months. Stuggy's like, Taco Bell was fun the one time I had it on holidays. It's trashy, crunchy, fast food. Edgar Allan Poe is not trashy, crunchy, fast food, yet how have the two become together? Amy says, how's Fiona doing? Wonderful. We've been doing really well today. We got up at a sensible hour, walked a couple miles with the Deg, had a real people breakfast thing. Like, we're doing good. Actually, in Salem, that's not a thing I thought I would have thought of. Apparently, Taco Bell, not a good offering, but it is a solid travel option for your vegetarian and vegan friends. That's way cool. Amy, the D&D game was really nice. Like, it's going real well. Enjoyed it wholeheartedly. And it's nice. What I'm trying not to do is push the group too much in any one direction or another, mostly because I've played a lot of tabletop games in the past, and I don't want to be that person that's pushing the campaign into any one space. Do you know what I mean? That's my worry. So I'm a lot more passive in the Golden Cave than I would be in another campaign. Well, and Snuggly... I mean, Snuggly, you're UK-based, right? There is an incredible burrito gaff in Brighton that does the Chipotle style, but does it, like, to top tier. And it's... Oh, yeah. One of my favourite things to do, however, is when I'm feeling particularly English and a little bit bitter at the world, is I will go into a Chipotle and pronounce it Chipotle, and I will dead-eye the person like, "Ah, yes, a Chipotle burrito, please." And watching the visible eye twitches of individuals around me doesn't stop being funny. Yes, Chipotle burrito. Yes, no, that's definitely the kind of burrito I'd like. Is the chipotle in the sauce or in the bread? Look, everyone's got to have their vices, okay? But, friends, you have to use these powers sparingly because the one that got me was I used to do this at CA with Melee. I would unironically pronounce it melee, and it would make people go. But after a while, I realized I'd stopped saying Melee altogether. So be careful. You'll become not the argument of your own scorn. For when you gaze into the abyss of trolling mispronunciations, it gazes back into thee. BT said they work at a Macca's and have had someone ask for Jada, hard J, wrap with no jalapenos. Hard J, yeah. I'll have one of them quesadillas. Banana. Deus, how you doing? We're letting our little friendo here read some Edgar Allan Poe while we're waiting for mushrooms to grow, so we can get high as balls and attempt to defeat the darkness. You know, standard Tuesday. How are you? Banyaha? Though once again, friends, like, I am not sure for good food. Fiona did muffin-sized cornbread and like a mac and cheese with chili thing last night that was just like denser than dark matter and incredibly delicious. Oh, Favor 6, don't even get me started on feckin' EVE Online ships, because I'm a feckin' Galente pilot, and like, I can't pronounce like 70% of their ship names. The cask of armadillo. Alan is saying, my hill to die on, GIF is pronounced, if you're going to argue, I'll just have a JPEG instead. Love it. Alright, see how our mushrooms are doing. Well, I mean, Phyllis, it is dinner cake. That is what cornbread is. It is just legally, you're legally allowed to have cake with dinner, and that is a glorious thing. But being served being served in a muffin tin means I have to be more specific about the specifications. Dash with GIF is pronounced PNG. If it moves, it's pronounced Webber.
Yes, Charolyn, for the love of God.
Darn it, these mushrooms are nearly ready. I'm just hearing a lot of things that aren't Flash video right now. I mean, cornbread is its designation, but if you ask me what it is, it's dinner cake. It's cake that one is legally allowed to have with dinner, and that is glorious. Where my real media at? Oh, you speak the old names.
I am withered, broken, much like my blend of 8 codecs.
What I was doing the other day where Windows Media Player genuinely asked me to pay for a codec, and I'm sorry that I will never be able to emulate the laugh that I made, because it was both sharp, but elongated, so it started like a ha, but it went on for much longer than it should have, like ha ha, but with continued cackling. Red sand. Cornbread isn't cake, it's too crunchy on the outside. It's dinner cake. The thing is, I know what that means, Caffeine and Fiona. I know what having one's heart blessed by those of the South. I know what that means. Alright. We're gonna need a lot more mushrooms. Alright, so that's one place. All right. So we're gonna head up. We're gonna scoff a bunch of mushrooms. Huh. Speaking of scoffing. I'm the king now. I'm the Nugget King under the mountain. Yes, my name is Perun. I'm the new king of the mountain. Papa John. Really like your face. Stream that game yet, but we are absolutely gonna. It's alright, Rico. So what we're trying to do is get messed up on mushrooms so we learn how to not be seen by the spooky ghost in the darkness. Mushrooms aren't growing as quickly as I need them to. Oh, and Num Num Fighter, you are correct. So the way it goes is that, yes, this game, it's 400 days from when it starts. So the game, we could just boot it up, play it for 2 minutes, and then come back to it 400 days later and just wake the king up and be done. But we've found mysteries aplenty. There's a lot more here than we had anticipated. I didn't expect it to mess me up, and I was sent on an enforced tea break when you last saw me. Oh, you're fine. River. Lordy. Oh yeah, the face in the wall knows stuff, and it's given us a good hint that we need to kind of go into our memories to learn how to avoid it. Like the spooky thing in the darkness. And the best way we found to like access our hidden memories is to get wonky donkey on things we find in a cave. You know, standard stuff. How's your day going?
Not bad.
Okay, what's that teeny tiny nuggy raid earlier?
I just played around. River stuck her head in there a couple times. Almost got swatted. What's funny is because both Atticus and Karun would go, "What would I do?" And she'd be like, "Oh, Patrol." And I was like, "I will patrol you into next century."
Oh, Dash says those seems more like visions of another place than introspective trips. Well, Dash, do you have a recommendation on how we could do the aforementioned introspective trips? Because, I mean, I'm all for getting wonky donkey on mushrooms, and it's not like any of us have to rush off anywhere right now. The usual way someone would have one. Sit in absolute darkness? I mean, that's how we did it in Whoopo. Okay, goodbye, Perun. Hey, Fire Lizard. What, old friend? How are you doing? We're back on the longing. We're trying to work out how to go introspective without using a crap ton of drugs. FYI, we are still going to do a crap ton of drugs. Bye, Nuggy! Yeah, so Fire Lizard, how are you doing, friend? How's it going, yo? We're starting to get at least into the narrative meat of this game. Even if I did accidentally break a couple of our pickaxes on a piece of glass, but you know, it's fine. Gredsan, you did not wish me luck. I died. Awkward. Whoa. Finished making and eating pizza. Nice. So Shackle says, perhaps we should find some place nice, dark, and quiet to try some introspection. I mean, the only really dark place we know is up that way. It was really strong glass, Musashi! Or the pickaxe was naff. I forget. It was one or t'other. It was one or t'other. But no, Fire Lizard, like making your own pizza, having a good time, that sounds awesome. Gredsan says, I approached a hole in the wall near the office. There was a guy. My face was no more. What are you playing? I apologize if I missed the first part of that intro. Oh, spotted the old Tarkov. I do enjoy me a spot of Tarkov. Supposedly, Gredsan, the wipe is coming. So I don't know why that's making me excited to get back into it. Like, you'd think losing progress would make me like a sad potato, but honestly, I don't know. I'm looking forward to getting very stoked. So Gredsan, one of the things that myself and Aperios are thinking of doing is like Operation Loot Goblin. You know, all those fancy guns that we've kept in lockup that we were never going to take anywhere. We're going to just take those out for a run. And it's going to be very silly and very impractical. But yeah, Shackle and Dash, I'm not entirely sure where we should go for aforementioned, like, introspective times, because the only place we've been has been, like, the darkest sections. And Gredsan, I will try to. I genuinely like playing Tarkov with Mal. He's very good at it, and he's a really good friend. The reasons why like, last time he invited me on his show, I was just dead tired. Because, like, his kickoff time is about, like, my midnight. Captain Steph said, do not get your face eaten off while I go make cottage pie. I will try, alright? Also, Captain Steph, top points for calling it cottage pie. Great sound. At the moment, I have no high-end guns to save. But yeah, Tarkov has definitely been something I've been enjoying on my downtime. I don't think that I'm very interesting to watch play it, because when I do well, it's because I play very slowly and very carefully, and I tend to either avoid conflict or I ambush people, which is very fun to talk about, but is not the most entertaining of things to watch. Because it involves me sitting for half an hour with a long rifle up in a tree, well, on a hillock, and being all ha 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 ha, which is a lot of fun. Citypan sounds like me in real life. Hey there, spider friend. Let's see where we can get to now. Eating shrooms, getting in mischief. Well, I'm not as strong a traditionalist as yourself, Favor. I subscribe to shepherd's pie, specifically lamb. Cottage, you can be a bit more lax because you can go beef or you can go beef and mixed. Cumberland pie does. All right. Inspect the mushroom. Slowly regrowing here. All right. Well, to Gwen Vanfer, I apologize I'm butchering it. I can't fix the problems in the world, friend, but I can offer you a brief little respite and a good group of people while we get through this. So, pour yourself a cup of tea, and let me show you the adventures of the Longing. If you haven't had a chance to see it, and if you have, then, well, you can watch me faff around in the darkness while I get off my little thing I shouldn't say on Twitch on aforementioned mushrooms. Oh. I will handle it with the utmost care. Oh! Feckin' wee! We've seen this one before. Although this does give us another good reminder of how far down we are. A strange and beautiful dream. Alright. Alright. Shackle, Dash, you gotta help me out here. Yeah, I'm still doing Moo. I do not know the place where we should go and meditate in darkness. Because aside from the place where the scary things are, I don't know anywhere else where we can just go and go for some good old-fashioned introspection. And Emperor says, so do specific shrooms correspond to specific dreams? Sadly, no. It's only the purple dreams that cause us to trip out. The other mushrooms don't really do left or right. Yeah, and Ami, that is a really interesting point, that it does seem like the stones at the entrance to the top have been stacked up like it's been blocked purposefully. So Snuggly's like, enjoy going to the toilet, that's when I go for a wee bit of introspection. Dash says, sometimes I forget just how good your insight is. It's one of those things whereby when you have a crowd, a bunch of people to talk to, sometimes you can say, I'll rewatch shows and clips where I'll actually say out loud the answers and realise that I've said it. So yeah, I guess we're going to go up to the dark. So go up to the dark area and just let the shade have a think for a while. Oh wow, this mushroom doesn't grow. This mushroom doesn't glow at all. It would be nice if we could just pocket one of them, you know what I mean? Like, rather than just scoff it down, but... them's the breaks. I think it was up from here, wasn't it? I'm trying to remember. Actually, Shackle has a wonderful piece of idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I think I'm going the wrong way as well. But, little explore again. Whereas there are the green shrooms, which we need later on. Economy cap, I believe you can get high in rapid succession, but it does cause us to blink forward in time as well, which is a wee bit useful. Favors like, I found a nice calm theme park as a place for good introspective. A lazy river ride. Wait, we can mine those mushrooms with a pickaxe. Darn it, now I'm out of pickaxes. It's me being a stupid. Alright, let's go back and see if there are any purple mushrooms I didn't scoff down. Because in theory, I'm going to need one of those to at least get through the... Wait, no, this is where we were. Did I eat all the mushrooms coming up? Possibly. Am I going to regret my decisions? Possibly. what we can do, hopefully, find a glowing shroom, get to the hidden tower, eat the mushroom, and then kind of feel our way through from there. Well, once we've had, like, good introspection time. Oh, and BT, congrats on taking the Eldom. It's changed hands a lot today. Shackle's saying, I mean, we don't technically need a mushroom. I mean, we could risk it for a biscuit, you're right. I merely remember the fact that there is a very, very steep drop. Well, and Faber6, I never expect anything, but I'm always grateful. Like, I've kept all the stuff that everybody has sent. So if you do decide that's the thing you want to do, then, yo. Oh, Shackle's saying there's light coming from below the cliff that cannot accidentally fall off. That I did not know. Alright, fuck it. Let's get it in. Oh, okay, and Dash is saying you have to make the conscious decisions to jump or not. You won't just fall. Okay. If after however many weeks of playing this, I accidentally walk this little guy off a cliff, like, that's the point where you just splash cut to Will, just like the shaking hand of whiskey is being like, I didn't mean to do it. Also, I'm having one more reprieve from my no drinking during lockdown next week. It is mine and Fiona's anniversary next week. And what we were going to do was basically kind of retrace our little first date like a couple of nerds. We can't do that because of the state of the world. So we're going to try and recreate it in the flat, which is going to be hilarious. Okay. Look at his little face. Sparky says, is there a way to recreate your date in the game? Not by my understanding. I also... I mean, anniversary from me and Fiona. Like, we already did the Longship anniversary, which, by the way, you all lot went fecking above and beyond. Also, great big bouncy mushroom for the win. Fiona's had a great joy reminding me of how much she had to bully me into us hanging out. I once again remembered of how terrible I am for organising stuff outside of stream, even when I'm being productive. I mean, Absidipan, our first day was mostly adorable and then ridiculous. We went to a nice little kind of, like a little bit touristy but real tasty gaff in Seattle called the Athenian, which is like a fish place. Does a chowder bowl that will fill the stomach of many. It's fucking glorious. So we just abused the happy hour policy there. And the initial idea was we were going to then go to a couple of different bars I was going to show Fiona. We ended up going to one of my favourite little punky places called the Black Cat. One of the few places in Belltown I really, really like. And they were playing all the Tony Hawk soundtrack back to back to back. So we ended up getting very drunk. Huh, we actually seem to be able to see better in the dark. Interesting. But yeah, so we ended up staying there and drinking ourselves absolutely blind. It was glorious. You know what? Everyone's like, you're becoming one of the darkness, welcome to Horror Town. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pop a BRB needs tea. I'm going to inflict upon you all something cheerful music-wise while I go and nip to the loo for a second. And we're going to go from there. Because I've just realised we've been rolling for 3 hours, and I have been taking Ami Masashi and everybody's advice of being better about staying hydrated and being healthy and all of that. But now I realise I'm busting for a slash. So... okay, I don't know how YouTube knows, but it is currently recommending me Chowder Man. And so glorious. Alright, but a ninja sex party in the dark. So friends, don't go anywhere, because we're about to go confront the darkness itself. And I'm going to need you. So to be continued. Oh god.
You started talking and I smiled and nod. You told me about your life, but I was lost inside your oceanic eyes. Our hands touched briefly as the light reflected off your golden hair. A strong electric charge was in the air. Now it's 10 o'clock and the meal is done, but the conversation's just begun. You're fascinating, I feel blessed, but I have to be honest. I don't know what we're talking about, and I haven't for a while. And I don't know what we're talking about, and I haven't for a while. My eyes are open wide. You speak with passion, but I'm panicking inside. 'Cause I've been daydreaming about a pterodactyl named Lamar. When he is tired of flying, he drives a car. He's got to get to work on time. His nursing job is on the line. His wife is always on his case. Why can't she give Lamar some space? I don't know what we're talking about, and I haven't for a while. And I don't know what we're talking about, and I haven't for a while. I'm pretty sure you're telling me about your new job. I'm not absorbing anything. Smile and nod. I'm thinking about ladders. If I tell you, is that hard? Is it my turn to talk? You're looking at me. Oh God, focus, focus. Penguin in a costume. How many Draculas are hiding in this room? Marlon Brando was so very handsome in his prime. I'd make an awesome cop if I could stop committing crimes. I don't know what we're talking about. I am totally lost. I don't know what we're talking about. Where am I? I don't know what we're talking about, and I haven't for a while. Lamar's gonna have to go back to night school. Am I the only one who cares about this? And I don't know what we're talking about, and I haven't for a while. Anyway, why don't you and I go back to my place and, oh, I see you left at some point.
have returned. You all ready for this? I promise we'll return to the Great Starlight Brigade because that is an unmitigated banger of a track. We need to go make friends with the darkness. I'm starting to miss my comfortable armchair. Oh, good. It's okay. We can get it darker. We can always get it darker. Just if anyone else sees another pair of yellow eyes in the dark, just do a freak. I'm not usually pro panic, but if we see another horror looking at us in the ashen underground darkness, you have my permission to panic. You can do it, little guy. You're trained for this. Oh, Varials, did I say hello? I hope I did. How are you doing, friend? Also, Varials, I hope you know that you're allowed to plug your game anytime you come on in. Like, we're all still unmitigated fans of The Void Reigns on Her Heart. And unfortunately, I haven't been able to do the article that I've been wanting to write about it. I feel a little bit guilty. Snuggly says, this is, in my expert opinion, the perfect time to panic! Yeah, if it looks like I'm squinting at the screen, it's because I have the lights on as well, and I'm like, I can't even see the contrast. Gretsan says, well, if you're ever interested in playing Hit Me Up, same as on Mouse server. I'm terrible, I will warn you, but it would be fun. It's no worry. I tend to play very, very, very late in the evening, so thank you kindly for the offer. I'll let you know. Is this dark enough for introspection yet? Dash says the first time they came through this way was without a light. Let me tell you, that was creepy. Alright, this has got to be dark enough, right? Do we need introspection before we go meet angst? Dash is saying it's also possible that we've waffled enough that we've already introspected. Alright. I'm doing a proper stare at pixels now. Alright, this has got to be dark enough. If we haven't looked inside ourselves. Sorry about that. Someone leaning on their horn outside right at the worst moment. and I will agree, the ambient is absolutely horrifying. And Common McCap, I didn't think this was a horror game, alright? I'm nervous, you're nervous! Hang on, I'm turning these off. I'll turn them back on, so I apologise for looking like a shadowy ghost, but I can't see a good goddamn. Neither can our little dude. Right, so there's the cliff. Which means if we time it well... we should be able to find the secret staircase. There we go, we found it. Because the little hints I could see were dropping away. Alright, so... we can afford to lose that one. Alright. Strong beep. Who wants free hugs? Oh, hey, fancy meeting you here. Yeah, we have to ask ourselves, why can it see us? It can see us because we've got our eyes open. So, if we just wait, right? And our little dude can close his eyes, and we just don't do anything, right? Ah! Piss balls! Deus, why? No!
Merry Christmas.
Oh, so help me, Nom Nom. So help me. Nom Nom. So, Deus, thank you for the 100 bits. Nom Nom, thank you kindly for $5. That's sincerely appreciated. Does anyone else feel like I'm not doing this right? I feel like I'm not doing this right. Ah! Dash, you terror! Oh. The soundtrack I thought was... Shackle's like, even these bits aren't spoopy. Alright, but only because I was looking over. All of you, thank you for the bits. You're feckin' terrors. We're gonna wait. We're gonna wait. And then we're gonna kind of... Come on, little guy. Nap time. You got this. You got this. Dash and Gretzan being like, Will, Gretzan, Will, run! Dash like, shh, don't tell him, he doesn't know. Right, we know our little person has sat down. Also, cottage pie is in the oven! Alright. Gretzan is not getting closer. This probably feels way longer than it actually is. House Valkyrie stands ready. Oh, Conflict Gap, absolutely. It feels like that thing is at some point just gonna sprint at us like there's no tomorrow. Come on, little man. Nap time! Nap time! Just have a little snooze, it's fine. We're gonna beat angst with a nap. Come on, little guy. You've been running around all day. You've probably got a mushroom hangover. Just sleep it off. You feck, I wish that worked. Just bang your head against the floor if you have to. Excuse me. I'll settle for a concussion nap at this point. Don't go to sleep if you have a concussion, by the way. That's very bad. Go to sleep, tiny shades. Why the fuck you still waking? Little dude, what the shit? There's a Horcrux though. What? Oh, that's probably it. Oh, Nom Nom, we know what happens when we try and hug that thing. They even smiled brightly when we did. Go to sleep. Go sleep now. Sleep, 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 sleep. It's worth a shot. You feel your eyelids getting heavy. So heavy they don't notice the monster across you in the darkness. Come on! Yeah, Meowky Security really does have that Rain World feel right about now. Theodora's like, this might be the last time my toddler sat. Come on! Go the fuck to sleep. Yep, shackle. Wow! Come on, that was a big yawn. Come on. Come on, little man. Nap time. That big slow blink. Oh, and Dash, I'm sorry you didn't get a scream from me there, but I definitely froze. Thank you kindly for the 100-page friend. Go the feck to sleep! Once upon a time, there was a little shade who wouldn't go the shit to bed! Oh, feck it! Dash stealing the Jarldom. It's not a cult! All hail your new Jarl, it's not a cult.
Minutes later.
I mean, in fairness, if I could easily fall asleep in 28 minutes, I'd be onto a winner. Go to bed! This is me talking to me pretty much every night during lockdown. Go to sleep! You're not even doing anything! "400 days. How long is a day anyway? I've never seen the sun. I'll have to wait and find out. Sigh. Alright, well, we'll get another one. Fuck, go to bed! Sorry, forgive my swears. It's not a cult! Gretan, it's not a cult! Come on. You are feeling very introspective. Actually, I can turn these lights on now because he's not going anywhere. Oh, you little bastard! Is this what parenting's like? Once upon a time, there was a little shade who didn't go the shit to sleep. All right. Ah! Welcome to Will's internal dialogue. Alright, so we have to await an introspection. Okay. Oh yeah, Ark of the Conclave, the Go the Feck to Sleep lullaby is so good. I mean, Samuel L. Jackson, international treasure. Firelos is like, Will, I don't think your screams of frustration are helping him sleep. Happy in a Row is like, so Will, what new games are coming out that you recommend? Actually, there's a fascinating new game called Nap Time for This Little Shithead, and apparently it's not out yet. You little bad word. After all the books and crystals and drawings, you owe me! You owe me a nap! Sailor's like, okay, yeah, that sounds like what parenting is like. At what point is it legal to tranquilize them? So MDH writes, we need him to close his eyes because the thing that's staring at him from across the way is not friendly. That thing is not good. Catch us with God. Help me, Shader will go full Wile E. Coyote. Anvil, rock sled, catapult, the whole shebang. Just to make you sleep. Johnny with what Will doesn't realise, the shade sleeps with his eyes open. Give him 30 pounds of sugar, he'll vibrate for 5 minutes and pass right out. Yeah, tuck a little bad word out. Oh, this is payback for all those times I've given children Skittles. It's fair, it's fair. Some would say I deserve this. Oh, you... Video games, am I right? Okay. And, yep, Shackle, that is a good point. Dash is right, we could end up safe in our house with maybe things missing. You know, if the Shade has kidneys, they might not be there when we reawaken. Hey, Reflective. Watto! You made me freeze, J-Post. We're trying to get this little bad word to take a nap so that the monster with his same eyes doesn't see us. Yeah, high-octane action, obviously. No, the stakes are high and we're reliant on our little bad word taking a nap. And Reflective, as I know you have raised tiny humans, getting creatures to take a nap on your command, it turns out is very difficult, and I'm sure you can understand. Oh, Animus, actually, we found this the first time because we had a mushroom with us that was glowing, that gave us a little bit more visibility. Oh, come on, you little bad word. Get introspective, or get in the bin! Yeah, Ami Masashi. And the thing is, that thing can see us in the darkness because of our eyes. It looks like it has the same eyes as us. It doesn't. So the goal is to try and get this little one to close their eyes so that the angst goes away, which is what we've named that monster. Oh, it's so close! No! Fuck! Shit Lord! So fucking proud of yourself!
I know.
Such a buck. What are you looking for?
Looking for a ruler. I figured I had to come here so I'd be an asshole anyways.
That's the thing. If we get too close or let us know it's there, a big mouth, like smile of teeth opens up underneath it. And we're trying to get our little guy to either fall asleep or get all introspective so he closes his eyes so the thing can't see us in the dark. The sound is like this unending...
Oh, I've heard it.
Wow!
I've heard it.
Yeah, how about no? Whoa! Come on! Just get introspective. Fucking Fiona, got him! Shenanigans. A watched shade never sleeps. Being watched by a monster and by all of us. Okay, I can understand that. Alright, Katros, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Oh, why missed you? Getting nap teased here. And MDH, as an aside, like, I'm glad you're enjoying like Sniper Elite and stuff, because I know it can get a bit incestuous is the wrong term, but I know it can get a little bit audio soup when there's so many people kind of chatting each other and we're not talking with you lot as much as, but I do love that game, and I got to admit, like, for a bunch of us grown-ups for whom, oh, I see those sleepy eyes. That was a lot of sleepy eyes back to back. Come on, little man. Come on. Nap time, nap time, nap time, nap time, nap time, nap time, nap time! This is the point where we find out the game's actually taking audio cues from our microphone, and we had to be quiet as well. Okay. Ikoa, what's your favorite fruit? Red grapefruit. What's yours? Miyaki Sakura says the sounds might make me feel more relaxed, oddly enough. Oh, maybe it's because it's louder for me, but it is not making me feel more relaxed. Dat rap. And then chat fell asleep. The shade, however, did not. Cam Steph, my birthday is August 19th. Ikoa's going with blackberries as his reactionary choice, but pineapple mango also rock, they do. Alright, you haven't missed anything, Katros, yet. Miyaki Sakura's, I blame you for my Drango craving. Yep. I don't have a solid Drango supplier. There are 4 eyes. Except for we don't know those other 2 are eyes. Actually says, alright, let's pick a topic and talk. Maybe the shade will fall asleep when we're not looking. That's not a bad talk. Conversations. What have we talked about today? How about them video games? No, that's not gonna work. Nobody wants to talk about that. That's dumb and boring and stupid for stupid people. Dash says, it's been so long since we started introspection, you might need to move a smidge to start the timer again. We'll give it another 7 minutes, and then we'll move a little and then see if we can start it again. Just watch as soon as we like tap movement and that thing's smile opens up again. MDH says, XCOM Chimera is interesting to me. I wish I knew whether I liked it or not. Well, I tell you what, MDH, we are tearing into that properly on Thursday. So mark your calendar. Actually, if you have a look down in the doobly-doo, we have the schedule for the week up. Saturday is either going to be something interesting or Monster Hunter, or something interesting then Monster Hunter. Nom Nom says, for those cool cats among us who don't waste their time with video games, who did your last sport? How did your last sport go? Did you ball the goal? Ah. Nom Nom, you should have seen it. The goal? The goal. Should have seen it. It was nothing but. It was the biggest goal you've ever seen. Wall to wall. And Misashi, are you winning, son? I keep seeing that one of the guy in front of the fancy computer just being like, no, Dad. I have just been scrolling Twitter for hours and I have achieved nothing. Right, wow, cool. Thanks for calling me out there, Internet. Gretzan says, Will, do you watch Matt Scoville's videos at all? You'll have to tell me the content. Name's not ringing a bell. Oh yeah, Miyaki Sakura, the grin does remind me of Smile for me in the best way. The D&D dude, no! Both Baron and Jocat have recommended his stuff very, very highly, but I've not watched him. Also, I cannot see a time in the near future where I'm going to get the chance to be a DM. nor... I don't have the time and dedication that it takes right now to be a good DM, so I'm a ways away. But thank you for the reminder. Marble racing. That's awesome. Actually, we've never done marbles on stream. We should do that one of these days. Like high-stakes marbles on stream. Alright, meaning there'd be a Steam key for the winner, that kind of thing. Gredsan says, I ask because he also goes to the description of the doobly-doo. I believe it was the Vlog brothers that did that initially, right? But it's a wonderful little turn of phrase, and especially in the age of very formulaic YouTubian type stuff, I prefer, I don't know, it always still feels a little bit more wholesome, a little bit more personal. Highbrow says, since the little shade likes crystals, does anyone have a favorite mineral? Smash that like button! Ring that bell was the last one I heard. God. Shackle, when we were in the last, when we were last in the room, we did read the thoughts book all the way through. All right, I think Dash is right. I think we're gonna need to just move a little bit. Phyllis says, my girlfriend talk about her favorite minerals. She's a jeweler. That's way cool. All right, so if you want to grab yourself a cup of tea or a water. Oh. Thick balls. All right, so I'm just gonna. I've never felt more alone. All right. So, hands off the mouse. It's going to take him a little while to calm down, sit down, get ready to do it. So yeah, if any of you want to grab a cup of tea or a snack, now's the time to do it. I promise I'll start making loud noises if the question comes up. And we need to answer about leaving, not about, I guess we'll see. Nom's like, call me basic, but Obsidian is a Chad mineral. I never thought we'd start playing Rate Your Minerals here, but you know what? It's Tuesday. What else we're gonna do? Tomorrow we're hanging out with in an airport run entirely by dogs. 4 aliens. I have a lot of strong opinions on minerals and gemstones. Well, allow me to divin them from my magical bag of faux runes. I've still got these from the Rune 2 goodie bag. Actually, the box they sent all the goodies in is currently our like overflow of kit. So the joysticks there, it's hanging out by my little spear of Gundams. My Gundams. Got the Barbarous and the stuff. Also, I got a USB SAN pad, which I'm very happy with. Numbers like, here we go again. Well, we're hoping. It looks like I fecked up. There was a question that I was meant to answer and I answered it wrong. I failed introspection, which feels very personal if I'm being honest. But yeah, when the Rune 2 team sent us a care package, they sent us a bag with these cool little gemstones in. And you can't really see the details because they're more of like inlay gold. It's faux gold, obviously, but each of these little gems has a rune in them. And I've got like a whole feckin' bag. There's this weird little show I've been watching on YouTube about a person that makes knives out of weird materials. And I will admit, they did a whole video on how to make a knife out of bismuth. And the kind of the weird square elements between like bismuth's like metal but crystal but metal. Oh, I fucking love it. It's one of those ones that makes me wish it was a stronger mineral because making something out of it's fucking rad. Oh, the knife out of tinfoil was also super interesting. The knife out of chocolate, of like filtering out more and more of the like sugars, impurities, milks from the chocolate to make it denser and darker. Though the one that I actually found initially was a challenge of making a Stone Age knife just in the wilderness, which is kind of cool. Still going. It's an endurance test. Friends, we have survived games far more difficult than this. Remember when we got Moon like 25 jellies or whatever? Like, we did that. This is nothing. This is patience. And Phyllis, that's way cool. Numbers like, are you just trying to win a staring contest? No, we're trying to get our little shade to go introspective, because when the shade goes introspective, it'll close its eyes and make us invisible to the monster that looks like us. And that way we don't have another feckin' mess up. Sparky's like, I should really be in bed now since it's almost midnight, but intense introspection! Welcome to the 2020 Introspection Bowl. Our latest contestant is this shade. Can he achieve introspection? What will he learn? What kind of slam dunk goals will come from it? Our numbers. He has been blinking and doing like a little sleepy. Oh, wait, no, I'm going to stay awake again. I have said a lot of bad things about the shade today. Come on. Gaze within yourself. No! Feckin' Peebles! Suddenly the sound of tiny feet rapidly hitting the ground, a mischievous giggle. How about no? Whoa! Com, thank you kindly for the 100 bits. You're using it to do us a mess with. Alright, come on, little man. You can do it. You can get to sleep. We believe in you. Get introspective. You can do this. No! Come on! Theodora, we're just free bandito. I do like how that's like that and the Woms have persevered. And to the spooky anonymous ghost, whoever that was, thank you for the 100 bits. And whichever ghost it was that refilled the pint glass, thank you as well. I'm just playing with this right now. I'm playing with like a feckin' transformer. I got nervous hands. No! P! Most, thank you for the 100 bits again. Come on. You can do it, tiny shade. Have a look inside. That's worth a shot. Whoa! There is no startle, only Zool. Now is not the time for a hype train. I leave you all in charge of a train for one time. Okay, it's a bunch of times. Alright, I'm not in charge of when you do a train. Alright, to all of you, thank you kindly for starting this. This is but this is not the perfect. I did myself a damage! Oh. Punched the table by mistake. Thankfully not in my busted hand. Well, to all of you that have thrown in, be it to kick off a train or to mess with me or otherwise, sincerely thank you, okay? Sincerely thank you. Are we the secret dark cave train? Apparently so! Ah! You glorious terrorists. You all were so quick on the draw for that one. Come on. Get introspective. Well, all of you, fucking thank you for the bits, alright? And it's okay to have a slow train. It's very dark in here. And Katros with the narration voice. The Shade could not in fact do that, since a numpty was yelling in his ear. Oh, feckin' pirate facts will haunt me for the rest of my days. But soon! Once I'm able to hang out with Baron in the reel again. Soon. Okay. How long is a day anyway? I've never seen the sun, right? Right? Because we didn't have to wait to find out before. Okay. I have never seen the sun. Ah! You made me jump mid-sneeze, Reflective, and congrats on taking the Elder. There must be a realm beyond this cave, right? I need reassurance here. There must be a realm beyond this cave. Alright. There must be a realm beyond this cave. It can't be more beautiful than down here. I wonder if I'll ever see the outside world, right? Burials. What a coincidence. I too have never seen the sun. I do my active best to avoid it. Okay. I wonder if I'll ever see the outside world. That's the correct one, right? I wonder if I could make it to the top of the cave. I could make it to the top of the cave. I cannot ignore my duty to say the journey will be dangerous. I might die or get punished by the king. I will have to face the darkness. Right? The sun is a deadly laser. Face the darkness! Face the darkness! We've just sat here in the dark for like half an hour and I'm pipe. Video games! They're fantastic! I'll have to face the darkness. If I become the darkness, it won't see me. That's the one, right? If I become the darkness, it won't see me. Also, the sun. And while that hype train in the pitch black did not take off, you did get it started. And friends, for all the bits and stuff thrown in, sincerely thank you. Because, well, thank you. Become the darkness, Father! Close eyes. We have faced our angst and passed through. Okay. This is why we took pee breaks. Dash has listened very closely. Also, Baron Sheep. What, oh friend? You have pizza and beer? You legend. I think we just beat our own angst. I think. Oh! Fuck!
Merry Christmas.
It's not Christmas. It's still April. Why are you like this? Oh! Oh. Oh yeah, and Gretzan, I'll yell at Skier for you. Did angst become part of us, or did we become angst? Alright. I can't see where I'm going, but it feels right. Dash says, I wasn't trying to set you up for that scare, and now I'm disappointed myself I didn't take advantage. Oh, and Greg, what, oh friend? Oh, we just faced down the darkness. I mean, neither the comic game series nor the incredibly nasally short-lived band, but the creature that lurked. This is taking quite some time. Yeah, no heck. God, I feel like I'm starting to like hallucinate things on screen. It's Whoopo all over again. Remember this was a nice, calm game? Oh! Whoever that was that picked something up from the Humble Store, you feckin' ledge. Baron Sheep, yeah, House Chaos have been glorious terrors all morning. And while I do cuss and swear a whole bunch, I do want to say, whoever that was that picked something up from the Humble Store, thank you. I know it's a pain in the ass to do it through like a partner link, but it does help us. Nom Nom, you've donated cash, which is going to go pretty much directly on food, so thank you. And all of you, be it resubbing or yeeting bits at us, like, that goes towards all of this, so thank you. Nom Nom, no better time to get Phoenix right for PC! Bunch of you. Oh, Katros. Go get some sleep, friend. Take it easy, yo. It's always good to hang out with you. I mean, and of course, same goes for all of you. I mean, friends, you're never under any obligation to let me know when you're heading out. It's just, it makes it easier for me to, like, wish you good night. I've been walking for a long-ass time. Number says, have you seen my sneaky gift? Numbers, I have not. What did you do? What did you do? La da da. I mean, I will agree. Maybe I'm overanalyzing, but Harmonious is saying there's less echo to the footfall, and I think you're right. Well, MDH, I will do my very best. One of the an individual that used to work at Rooster Teeth is currently making a game called Kill It With Fire, where you have. Huh. Interesting. For a bit there, that was just kind of like walking on dirt. There was no prompt to like pick up a thing, but I wonder what that meant. We're definitely going to need a light source. Now we've beaten the darkness, will we be able to go back? Adash says, yes, explore here. The dirt matters. Alright, let's head on back. Just listen out for the crunch. Yeah, meanwhile, Echo the dolphin swims by. I don't see any prompts for things to pick up. I was like, huh, my pizza came with free cinema rolls. Way cool. Last pizza order I did came with free cupcakes, which was fucking dope. Ah, there's a fork in the road. Seems to be an alternate way to the top. Just, Dash, tell me I haven't missed out on getting that last piece of wood. Do go the other way after you explore here, though. Okay. Turn those sounds right up. Numbers, it was Pagliacci's. They gave us 2 cupcakes from Cupcake Royale. Like, can we go back and get the light now? I guess we transition to another area. Yo! We found the light! Light at the end of the tunnel! Do-do-do-do-do-do! We found the light! Something heavy metal ballad! Now I'm gonna bookmark this tiny place for when we once get lost. Alright, we don't need that space anymore. We go past it now. Alright. The sun, 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 the sun. I've bookmarked it as well, so if I accidentally... Oh! Piss the bed!
House Chaos is best house. Fight me.
I mean, Baron, that is between you and the other houses. That's the one conflict I must be impartial. Anyway, so what's this? Another living person? Seems to be sleeping. No, they're dead. They're super dead. Oh! Maybe it was his biggest dream to be a unicorn one day. It didn't work. Handy Maddock. Alright. So that's another pickaxe, which might be able to get us through the gold, right? This game's feckin' cool. Oh yeah, no, our shade is absolutely lovely. Aww. MDH is saying, House Valkyrie forever! They're the ones who bring in new photos. They are. Oh! Reflective also adding, House Chaos is best housed. Fight me, Baron Sheep. Problem with House Chaos, they do battle. Alright, so they did want us to have one unbroken Maddock. Okay, we can do that. Oh, those badges look feckin' cool. Oh. Yeah, we have seen that brick wall before. In the dreams of some of the characters. Aaron's like, wait! Oh, feckin' hell!
Clicking.
Yo! Apparently House Carl don't want to rep, they just want to show what they can do. One of the anonymous hunters of House Carl, leaping into action. With 5 arrows unloosed from a bow. 5 marks from the crowd. And those claimed by House Carl went to Diglunso, The Darlink Win, Aaron Hawaii, longtime friend, Neo Cow Plays, and Datrep. Oh, excuse me, my cheeky T-burps. And Datreb. So whoever that was from House Carl, thank you for gifting those, you fecking legend.
Stop that incessant clicking.
And it seems that Baron and Reflective are in a duel. Shackle DeConnis was repping House Order there. I'm sorry, Shackle, you gave it a ruddy good go, but... yeah, Favor sniping the Yaldum for Chaos. Who wants to see what is in this little treehouse? Crapload more books.
Stop that incessant clicking.
Diglunzo's like, I'm here for 3 minutes. Yeah, House Carl, I don't control them. See, we have 4 houses here. Order and Chaos, they battle over the pint glass. House Order seeks to neatly stack the pint glass in a manner as visually pleasing, and House Chaos dunks on that. House Carl hunt the unsubbed. I tried to stop them,
that incessant clicking.
and I've had no luck in doing so, so they've got their own house. Valkyrie is raid defense and the house of all lurkers. For those that want it. Ooh. That's another mystical crystal. Something feels odd about this cave. Oh! Fuck! Secret tower! Secret tower. Better believe I'm stealing all of these books. Oh! That's a great point, Dash. The windows are all boarded. The Shade doesn't know. As the former of this book can't make use of it anymore, I feel no guilt in taking it. Welcome home, book. You will keep me company. A strange book. Oh.
Snipe for Chaos.
Feckin' legends. Does this book contain the clue I need? I have 27 books. And the Great Brew Harren. Hey, congratulations on finishing your class, dude. Hope you're doing well. Whoop. Reflective says, consider your rubber chicken accepted. Baron Sheep and Reflective are just doing a battle. Harren and others are trying to keep the pint glass stacked, but yo. You know what? I'm going to overwrite the other save for the entrance of the cave to here, because this feels like a place we need to go. A lot of skeletons in here. This will look better in my home. Yeah, we're going to steal that shiny crystal. So Ami Masashi, we are topside, although hilariously the shade doesn't know it's above. Because all the board, like, it has the consistency of a cave, right? Oh, and to Diglonzo, thank you kindly for the follow, yo. I hope we get to hang out more often. Now that was saying that there's no way to use that ladder currently, but there's a key up there. Let's see what we can do. The stalk is it's making a nest here, it seems. I don't like stalks. Whoa!
Due to the repeated mentions of chaos, we here at Holy Terror News have amended our weather report to include a 100% chance of Astards drop pods. Look like a good day to stay inside and wear your Plascrete armor. Stay
Stay safe. Stay safe, Imperial citizens. Remember, the Emperor protects. Wait, no, that was the wrong ladder. Alright.
A reflective gamer, take that. And with it I must see myself out to do a thing.
Baron Sheep, have a wonderful rest of your day, dude. If we don't see you later, thank you, yo. Feckin' lich. Dash says, up as high as you can go is a good place to idle. I will take your hint. Reflective's like, haha! Baron Sheep, then I shall consider this your surrender! Oh, okay, Camille. Like, you understand that, you know, with TOS, you can't be busting that kind of talk here. This is a, you know, we try and keep this as a family channel. Camille's saying that their new base of operations will have fiber. May have fiber. Touch wood, touch wood, touch wood. The machine does grind bone to metal. There's nothing we can do with it right now. So I guess we gotta wait for a bird to show up to get on that. To hopefully push that downward to drop the key for us.
The Emperor protects, but having a loaded bolt never hurt either.
Yeah. The Emperor helps those who help themselves. Usually with teeny tiny missile launchers. Oh. Check us the heck out. So there's more places to explore down in the pitch darkness, right? So I guess we have to go down into the pitch darkness and then just keep heading, I guess, far left to see if anything else pops forward. Hey, and Sparky, I would be very happy knowing that you got a good night's sleep. So, go, crash, take it easy, friend. To be continued. Alright? Yeah, we still need wood, and we picked up whatever the weird glowing crystal was, which we can put in our house. So Amy says, could you tell me exactly what happens when the shade fell asleep? Well, actually what happened is we sat there and we started going introspective. We started asking ourselves if we wanted to see the rest of this area, if we wanted to see what was forward. And through self-realization, we came to understand that by closing our eyes and walking through the angst, that we could avoid it. It just means we're going to need to come back up here again later on. So what we'll do is we'll head down into the darkness and then start exploring. The zoom out's kind of cute though. But I think we're in agreement, like, we need the bird to settle on here as to push this to drop the key down to us, because the ladder there is way too busted. There doesn't seem to be anything we can do with this little, like, contraption for grinding bone meal. At least for now. And we do now have another pickaxe, so if we wanted to, I don't know, harvest a bouncy mushroom or something, we could. Shackle says, I suspect there's more to find up here. What are you thinking? Like, talk to me, Shackle. Right now, I am happy for... I'm happy for hints, tips, the whole shebang. Oh, and whoever that was that picked up and got by the humble store, you feckin' ledge, thank you. So Shackle's just saying maybe somewhere to use that shiny pneumatic. Could be. Oh, that we got the pneumatic for a wager. Oh, and MDH1 says that one's for Vambrace. Oh, I really liked Vambrace. It wasn't the greatest game to play for others, but I fucking loved it, and I love the whole kind of Darkest Dungeon, but it's more puzzle than it is kind of like brutal grind. That it's more about your team composition and some of the, like, the upgraded items. And maybe go underneath this weird building. Yeah, because we would have spotted a... We would have spotted a place to use the Matic. But MDH, with Vambrace Cold Soul, I don't know how much of it you've seen, but it's got a really interesting story and setting. And it does more telling you a story that unfurls. The gameplay elements are more puzzle and challenge than, like, grind and management. If that makes a weird kind of sense. Still, we got a lot of books. And Harmonious, we did not have an unbroken Matic when we walked over dirt. So we'll take it slow and careful, but... You know, I got to agree with Shackle. This game is very careful of where it gives us stuff and how. Yeah. I'll level with you, Dash. I'm not going to quite start wailing on that glass wall yet. Amy says, wait, so do you have to go past that thing again to leave? I don't know. But even if the angst pops up, the angst spits us back in our home. And we've got a nice purple glowing crystal now, so...
Gelfling!
It always surprises me, friends, the games that can, like, engage in surprises. When I saw this game, I honestly thought it was going to be a gimmick. Like, that we were going to play it a little bit on one day, and then wait 400 days and play it again, and then be like, oh, that was pretty cool. I did not expect we'd be doing puzzle solving and adventures and stories. But now we must return to the darkness, my friends. Let's return to the darkness indeed. So we're going to head down. And unless there's something that Shackle, Dash, or any of you know that I've genuinely missed, we're going to head left and just keep a sharp ear open. Oh, actually, but I did want to say, again, I know it was kind of like a repping of the houses, but thank you all again for bits thrown in. Also, I know I said this earlier, picking up something on the Humble Store is a fiddly process, so I'm very grateful when you take the extra time out, because we get a little bit of money each time someone buys something from the partner link, and that does add up at the end of like a month. And all of it goes towards keeping the lights on here, so... Oh, and Beardora, have yourself a wonderful rest of your evening. We defeated our own angst, and now we are exploring darkness. I'd call that a real good day. Oh, we missed 420. No. I always try and look at my phone when it's 420. It's the small things. And Captain Steph has cottage pie. A true victory has been awakened this day. We got a shiny crystal. God, every time, sometimes I think I keep seeing stuff. Turn down some of the lights, but it's just pitch black. Alright, so we've hit the stone. So we just got to keep an ear open for when it changes. No one can say we ever play boring games here, you know what I mean? Reflective made loaves of bread this morning. That's delicious. At 4 in the morning. Were you up until 4, or did you rise at 4? Much like your loaves! Much like your I'm actually sorry for that joke. I will be handing in a formal apology after the stream. Dash is like, oh no, we've played the odd boring game. This definitely isn't one of them. Oh! Numbers, I will absolutely check my Steam, and in which case, preemptive thank you, friend. Just listening out for a change in footsteps. Because that's how we found the other area. Ooh. a slight change there. Dash, super true. There is one step sound that sounds slightly different from the others. Creating that tension of waiting for something to change. Weirdly reminds me of playing Counter-Strike. Of just like looking at a thin sliver, barely a pixel's line's worth, and waiting for something to come through there. And almost focusing so hard on one point that you almost begin to kind of hallucinate. Oh, now we're good. I think we're still going to have to walk all the way back after this. Arrow's like, I just realised the Shade don't have shoes. Yeah, it's this little, like, flippity-flappity fitties. Reflective says, it's called matrixing, when your mind sees things that isn't there. Interesting. I mean, when you see things purely based on hyper-focus of expectation rather than, like, hallucination or, like, boredom, right? Is it me or are the ambient noises getting louder? This game's gonna feckin' haunt me in a good way. It definitely doesn't sound as loud as it was when we went up against the Angst. Fireless is like, well, there's an ambient leaf blower outside my window, so... Yeah, that's gonna be a pain. Ooh. Okay. So we moved into a new area. Our feeties are crunching. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, more light. By the old gods and the new. I have left the darkness behind me. Oh, we've got an achievement unlocked called Leaving Darkness. Interesting. Use Matic? No, this is cool. Ico was like, this game's officially horror now. It has made me jumpy. I mean, I'm going to be thinking about this game for a long time. The way in which... Oh. Yes! We can build a bed now! We can build a bed now! Now it's time for nap times! Yeah, there needs to be a beam of light on that board. I'm way too far away from the king now, but strangely, I don't feel the need to turn back. I might do... So that was the... So that's the upwell. That's easy to get back to because we have to go through there. And that's only if we need more moss. That's cool. Infinite halls we need. We don't need that anymore, I don't think. No, because we can just go straight into the infinite halls. Alright, we can ditch that one. Yeah, MDH, it does mean that we're far from where we can take naps and have our bed. And what we'll do is when we call our next little break, we can trundle back, build the bed. Oh, we know exactly where this is. There's another Madoc as well. And I can't remember how many of these we might need to crack into the storage. Seems to be a hidden passage here. I have 2 Madocs. The trip back to bed isn't exactly short, no. Well, what we'll do is we'll put an open call for conversation topics when that time comes. This is an old well. Maybe some people from the outside world still use it. I sure hope they would be afraid of me. Aww, little shade. This is as far as he can go. Dash said, okay, this is the site of an ending. The face told you how. It did. And we've seen from the hallucinations, the old man is wont to drop a bucket down the well, and we know he's blind, so he wouldn't be scared. Extra piece of wood. Who knows? Might be important. And I'm assuming we could use the Madoc to clear the way. There it is, the realm beyond the kingdom. The place where the king warned me about before he went to sleep. It is currently night. Inspect the stones. What a tragedy. The exit is blocked by granite. Even a Madoc won't help me. Here, so close. And yet so far away. So we would need to wait for the old man. So we'd need to work out what the time of day it is. Okay. Dash is saying, this is definitely something to think about. Is our shade a loyal little servant? Or does he yearn for escape? That is a very good question. How do we want to play this? What is there we have not seen? The paintings clearly spoke of 3 acts. And as Dash is saying, the king does need us. We are the only way he'll ever be able to wake at the appointed time, but why are we following him? That's a good point. Who are we in this? We got 2 Maddox, so that's good. We can't use that to grit through, but... And yeah, Camille, in solving our loneliness, do we leave the king alone? Are we condemning someone else to the same fate? Anyway, here's what we're going to do right now. We're going to go build a bed. Unless there is something I've missed here that I should absolutely jump to. I'm always... You know, I'm happy to admit when I'm being an idiot. Because no, Shaka was saying there was something there. The key from the bird is definitely something we could try for. Dash says you have now discovered everything I have. No further guidance. Okay. So we're definitely going to build a bed. MDH is like, how's this game so philosophical? Shackle also knows no more than this. Feck. So we're all at the same point here. All right, let's go build a sodding bed and go from there. Oh, bugger me sideways. Because there's a lot more from the pictures that are shown that we haven't seen. So we can go back, have a look at the paintings and see if maybe there's something we've missed. Oh yeah, and Camille, absolutely agree. Last time we left our little guy, he was reading the Iliad. And we got him an even longer book, plus the books we got from the tower. So... yeah, from here on, friends, we have to make the decisions on our own. What is the key in the tower? What does that mean? We know how the old man draws water in the mornings. And what I will do is I'll have a look at what... let's have a look at what numbers sent over. Ooh! Way cool. So you remember that game earlier on in the show that Numbers was talking about called Eversion or Eversion or Everson or whatever it's called? Looks like an adorable platformer. What is it? Someone described it as a candy apple with a razor blade in it. You know what? I'd be down for some good old-fashioned shenanigans. We're not done with this, friends, by the way. I'm not stopping on this. We've got a lot to do. We've got to build a bed, maybe eat some more stuff. I think we're currently at... looking on the achievements question as well, we're currently at 17 to 25. We haven't grown enough mushrooms or red enough. And we haven't discovered every part of the cave. Interesting. So we need to build more mushrooms and find the never-ending notebook. Avid reader. Leaving the darkness is 1. End of longing is 1. Birthday is 1. The favourite picture we know is lice. Dash says, wait, I do have one more piece of advice. I won't elaborate on why. We should decide what kind of ending appeals to us before. Interesting. We found the secret tower. I know there must be more to it. Whatever that crystal was singing. Anyway, friends, let me hear your thoughts, let me hear your feelings, let me hear your theories. Again, this is our run of this, not mine. So, yeah, I will take any and all recommendations, dear friends. Because we still haven't found the curtains. Wherever they might be. I only know about the... No, keep going home. The only reason I know about the curtains is because they're on their store page. Oh, Ikoa, please, do go have excellent sleeps. Reflective says, out of context quote, but what is the key in the tower when we know the old man draws water in the morning? Dash is like, oh, I know where the curtains are. But I'm not telling you. Oh, come on! You were both saying we may need a Maddock for something else. Because we've got given 2 more. Unless those are all just intended for breaking into the glass. Oh, Dash says I was wrong. I thought you needed the Maddock to get into the well. Okay. We could get one of the big mushrooms to take back with us, but we'll be walking past that anyway. We know the kid doesn't like the spider. Oh, feck. That feeling when you just wholly... Oh. Do we wake the king or do we live for ourselves? Captain says, I say go with the old man who draws water from the well. Not a terrible idea. Really thinking of breaking into the gold vault though. Now we've started making some cracks in it. Oh, and Nom Nom Fighter, go have a wonderful rest of your evening. If you have any thoughts or feels, throw them in the Discord just in case I miss them. Harmonia says, I doubt it, but is it possible we could harvest a bouncy mushroom to reach the key? It's not impossible. Oh, sorry, forgive me for itchy nose. So Shackle says, I can see us going for either the old man or the king ending. The question really comes down to, do we think the Shade would stay or leave? Would he seek out happiness on his own or wake the king as he was asked? I mean, the king could make things happy, but the face in the wall doesn't seem to think that the king's solution to the end of longing is necessarily good. That his solution is to the end of time. And Dash is like, personally, I'm inclined to leave. Their thinking is, yes, we are condemning the king, but it's a fate of his own making. He could have set like a water alarm or a drip or something. Instead, he made a thinking, feeling creature wait for 400 days. How about you? Hey, Greytide. What, oh, friend? We're debating what to do with this little shade friend here as he walks through the dark areas that we have found. Graphite saying, I would wake the king, as if you make the choice to do so as living by your own terms. That's a good point. At this point, we're not... At least at this point, we have options. Oh, I'm also going to steal a green mushroom on the way back. And we can plant that with the rest of our purple mushrooms, because we've got a ton of purple mushrooms, but no green ones. Should make our little mushroom garden a little bit more interesting. Or allow us to grow super-sized purple mushrooms. You know, one or t'other, one or t'other. I'm just amazed this little dude can remember his way back in the dark. Like, in the pitch black. Well, the other thing, friends, is that this little creature's drawings have given us a lot of hints, and there are things that we have not yet seen. We've seen the face, we've seen the angst, but are we the creature? Or is the creature something else out there? We have not explored the whole of the caves. Do you know what I'm saying? There's more to be found here, so what are we missing? Maybe it's wherever the feckin' cool drapes are, Dash. Not letting us have cool curtains. Tanari, wow. What, oh friends? Welcome back. We are continuing our little character's adventure. We found the way out. Should we choose it? Oh. Harmonious is on the side of going with the old man as well. It seems like the Shade would really want to leave the caves and experience more of the world. Oh, that woke me up. Sindrin, what, old friend? We're in a cave. It is very dark. How are you doing? Now, to be fair, I still do that to people just randomly. Like, I don't even need other people to agree with me. Just having a good time. Yeah, there's a lot of really good philosophy going on here. Because Captain Steph was putting forward the idea that the king said the outside world was dangerous, but we've seen it hasn't. It isn't. The face has warned us that the child will be afraid of us. So somehow we need to work out a way to make sure the kid's not there? I don't know. I think it's got... Maybe borrowing little spider friend might not be a bad idea. If we can, we've got to go past the spider anyway. So we'll check in with the spider, see how they're doing, and if the spider's like, hey, cool, what's up? Can I come hang with you? We'll do that. I mean, the king's not entirely wrong. We are literally a monster. Tinder's, I have no idea what's going on, by the way. But what is that little timer on the top? Oh, wow. So, Sindrin, this is a game called The Longing. And the principle of it is very simple. We play this teeny tiny little shade who we will be able to see once we get out of the pitch black darkness. They have been tasked with a simple job. In 400 days, it is their job to wake the king under the mountain. He must slumber for 400 days to conserve his strength so that he might put an end to longing. And that's it. That's the start of the game. Your job is to wait 400 days, real time. Now, the quirk of this is that instead of this game being about... Well, okay, there are some puzzles to solve, but the main crux of this game is making this little shade's life better so that the time passes quicker, so it's easier for them to wait the 400 days. The bulk of our time spent playing this game has been spent improving this little guy's life. We've been finding him books to read. We've been making his little cave warmer and more expansive, and finding him music and like coal and firewood. We're gonna build him a bed in a second. It's gonna be great. And Jaralan, that is a very, very good point. Monster does not denote bad, as Undertale was did a very, very good job of pointing out. And Arrow put forward a really interesting thing, which is, to be honest, we don't know how real the king was. Like, could he be metaphorical? We had our little, like, jumping into life moment, but did we... Oh, there we go. That's the bad cliff. So, we're getting closer towards light. Where were we? I mean, the king is what brings us to life, but how much of that do we really know? You know, we've had weird hallucinations and met creatures and all sorts. And Dash makes a very good point, which is that if you were getting well water and out of that bucket crawled a being with glowing yellow eyes made entirely of dark black fleshy materials, I don't think you'd be remiss for freaking out. Like, no one would be like, ah, I can't believe that yellow-eyed monster coming out of the well was what caused you to freak out. God. I wouldn't judge. Jaralan says, maybe the king's idea of the end of longing is just destroying you. Well, the face keeps hinting at something thusly. The face is hinting at this idea that longing is part of the experience. And to remove longing is to remove the need for time. If you remove longing, you remove time. That's what the face is kind of hinting at. Once we get back home, we've actually recorded what the face says. And we can go and ask him again, just in case. Now we've been outside, he might have a little bit more information or something. Like I said, friends, I got nowhere else to be today apart from hanging out with you lovely folks. I haven't seen you since Saturday, which means I've missed you a lot. It takes genuine effort to not stream on Saturday and Sunday because I do miss you all. And I know what happens if I don't take any down days is I burn out and I have a bad time. Marshall's like, okay. I have a theory. Hear me out. Down with monarchy! Eat the rich! I'll pretend to the Queen you didn't say that. But there is a good point. The old man probably wouldn't need to be lied to. Because we know he's blind. Oh, it's the light slowly coming back to us. Also, what was kind of cool is we didn't have to face the angst again, now that we've conquered it. Dash is saying, let's rephrase the hypothetical. If a voice came out from behind the door and said, okay, I'm gonna come out, but I'm like this dark, spooky shadow figure, so please be calm. I'd jump, but I still wouldn't go into murder mode. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree. Yeah, it's interesting. Now we are slowly getting towards the light. Well, technically, our little shade's crawling at the moment, which is why the noises have changed. But yeah. Yeah, and Ami's got another point. Like, the king brought us into existence. What if leaving for once and for all kind of ends us? We're at the, by the way, friends, we're at the no right answer kind of point. I don't know what we should do, and it's nice hearing everyone's different thoughts and feelings. The fact is, we've all kind of come to empathize for this poor little creature. And I don't know about you lot, but I want him to do well. We also have another shiny crystal, which is cool. Though that one kind of glowed and sung a little bit. And... so Miyaki Sakura says, what if we stay in our cave and don't wake the king? It's an option. We build a life for ourselves, content and happy, without need to wake the king up. I'm not against it. wanna make a crystal golem. Doesn't have to be a crystal golem, but it'd be feckin' awesome if it was. Then it kicks into like Rammstein. Miyagi Sakura says, in other words, we're at that choice moment in One Shot. Essentially, yeah. Although with One Shot, it was all about Nico by the end of it. Like, that game could have gotten me to do a lot of things to keep Nico. Fucking hell. The thing that messes me up is hearing that, as you may or may not know, One Shot was a free standalone game before it was a commercial release. And in the original version, if you closed the game, Nico died. I am so glad that is not the case. That would have broken my little heart. Yeah, in the end, Miyaki Sakura, my choice was too easy. It's whatever was good for... whatever was going to be good for Nico. Alright, so... we are going to harvest one of these green shrooms, but first, I want to try using the Madoc over here. This mushroom is becoming grosser by the hour and it's still growing. Why isn't it letting me do the thing? Interesting. I guess I can't right now? Harvest shroom. Oh yeah, don't eat the green ones. Just a strong FYI. I guess we've got to come back to those once they're properly. I guess maybe if we don't grow them in the right place, we have to cut them and roll them, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, we're definitely heading to home. Plant that green mushroom down in our basement, have a really good time of it. And Geraldine, that's a very good point, that One Shot does spend a lot of time making us care for Nico. Nico is made to be our responsibility in One Shot, which is not a criticism. Sorry, that sounded really negative. Like, we are responsible for Nico. We're not responsible for the Shade in the same way. Like, the Shade's not gonna have a good time, but we as the player, we as the user, can basically just neglect this poor little Shade and just be like, peace out, I'll see you in 400 days. Like, shades on. And we'll just leave it sitting there being like, oh, it's gonna have a sad time. But we'd still get there. Whereas with this, you know what I'm saying? Well, so MDH writes, as I will always say, like, we can't always predict what kind of content is going to be in art or what it's going to invoke in us, and I always advise people looking after their own mental health over hanging out here. Like, there'll be plenty of times to hang out. But I would also say that, like, the Shade's not engaging in self-destructive behavior. If, from the way that I'm seeing it, it's that essentially they're given the choice of serving the king in whatever manner, or of leaving of their own volition. And Now that all options are presented to them, their choice is valid. Before, they had no real choice but to serve the king. Now they have choice. The question is, what do they do with that? Miyaki Sakura, I know what you mean. The Shade feels older than Nico, even though technically things only a few days, 100 days old, 200 days old. The Shade also seems, even though like very much beset with melancholy, the Shade feels very self-confident. The Shade is aware of its loneliness and its situation and handles it with a certain amount of grace. But the gratitude you see on his little face when he's sitting there in his armchair being like, hey, and he's reading a book and he's having a good time. Oh, Hyper Owl. Sorry, I didn't see you step out there. We'll see you when you get back. Well, MDH writes, this is one of those situations where it's very much up for interpretation. Like, I don't agree that those outcomes are negative. I see where you're coming from. I just... We don't know... Oh, that's why we couldn't take the mushroom down. Without breaking the web, don't we rude to my spidery friend? Alright, let's just go quickly plant that, because eating the green mushrooms is less fun. Yeah, I get you. Like, there's nothing that says inherently that him leaving and going to hang out with the old man is going to do him a bad. The old man's already living with a troll. I believe that's the word that the notes use when describing the dream. So, whether or not waking the king is the good idea is another matter. The face has implied that the king's solution is not necessarily a good one. That the king might be looking to almost basically break time. But that's all we've known from the face. However, the face has been very much on the level with this. Miyagi Skura is saying, how much we trust the face? So far, the face has really been the only one to give us any useful info. The face was what told us how to get past angst. It told us that what we would need was introspection. We would have to become darkness to avoid it. Hang on. See if we can hang out with Spider. Not yet. But the other thing is that we don't have all the information. What we know from the drawings of our little Shade is that there is more to this. There are 3 acts here, of which I don't know if I feel like we've had more than the first. Do you know what I'm saying? And this is one of the reasons why I love games like this, is right now, these interpretations are... Sorry, cough. These interpretations are entirely valid. And MDH, again, I hope you don't think that I'm picking on yourself. I'm not dismissing your statements. I feel that right now, all of our choices are valid, and these aren't being made from a gameplay standpoint in the sense of what gives us what gives us the infinite ammo bandana and what gives us the stealth device. You know, what's going to give us the highest score and the best completion rank. Like, right now, it's what do we want for our little shade. Also really want to crack open the glass full of gold. Oh, also glitchy? Nice. Oh, sorry about that. But we do want to get back, because we want to see what the books that we acquired are. That, building the bed, getting that constructed. Going back to talk to the face wouldn't be a terrible idea. And there's still parts of this area we haven't explored. Yeah, and we've still got 211 days to decide. We're in no rush. Though, I guess because I missed you lot over the weekend, but I'm really enjoying hanging out, so the only thing that I'm probably going to do is make another cuppa in a bit, once we get back to the nice warm house. And then we can start making some more thoughts, some more choices, some more feels, make some inroads towards victory. The gentleman for the developer of tomorrow's game, An Airport for Aliens run by dogs, tweeted out that we're going to be doing it, and my phone just be going. So I apologize if I keep looking down, because I'm like, oh cool, how many alerts is... That's a lot of alerts. Let's not look at that. I'm not complaining. So Dash is saying, to that end, they have their own save. So they're going to pick an ending that we don't. Okay. And none of us are picking the dark ending, alright? Like, we're in agreement there, right? So what do we have to tackle? We still need to explore the rest of the cave, because there are places we haven't found. We don't know what that key's about, so we need to find out what that is. But we'll have built a bed. I mean, that's been our goal for fecking days, am I right? I'm trying to think. We make that bed. And Syndren's right. If Minecraft has taught us anything, we make the bed, otherwise the phantoms start spawning, and like that's just a whole nother problem. Graphite says, back with negative breakfast noodles. Sounds like a Sum 41 album. But all hail Negative Breakfast. Also curious as to what some of these books we picked up from the tower are. I also wonder why, like, do we, like, Dash, Shackle, do we need the Maddox for anything else to your understanding? And MDH, with the current state of things, my philosophy has been like, now is the time to eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired, look after your mental health. You can always get back in shape later. Yeah, just want to go home and sleep until this is all over. Well, we're heading back. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. What are you doing? Okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck? How are there books out here? I nearly missed those. What the feck? Let's say they better have fallen from somewhere. Yeah, it does look like there's a hole in the ceiling. Okay, let's head back up and see where that takes us. Now I'm back to kind of like navigating our way around this. Where the feck is this? God darn it, how did we miss this? This book will be fun to read. A strange book. This one is called The Neverending Notebook. I wonder what that means, Becca girl! Sorry. Serious game. Oh, yeah. Yes. Now that we've found the Neverending Notebook. Yeah, I wonder if it's a sheet of paper useful for art studies. Cool. What's this one? Hope the king doesn't mind if I borrow one of his books. Yo. Yeah, MDH, I do wonder if the cave's beginning to change. Alright, so we did just get the achievement for exploring the whole cave. We are not alone down here. So even with our, like, extensive exploration, we must have missed this. Sidron's like, okay, but philosophically, maybe the cave isn't changing. Maybe you, the player, are beginning to lose your weak grasp on sanity. Join us in the Darkwill! We have such delights to show you. How much paper is that? 2 paper, cool. That should be enough to do all of the different lice as well. I mean, we might have just missed this. But I would have seen those books. Alright, I guess it means I've got to keep a Hawkeye out for stuff and things now. Yeah, so that's where we came through. Feckin' hell. But according to the book, according to the achievements, we have now explored the caves. Alright, no. So we're going to go build our bed. I'm sorry if I feel like I'm keeping, like, hawk eyes out. Oh, did I miss a chunk of coal? My apologies. Yuri King! It's a fucking loud snorter, this one. I was like, why is he so loud? It's because I turned it up earlier when we were listening. Shackle says, go hit the king with the mattock. God, I wish that was an option. Like, tink, 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 tink. King! It's freaking weird! Just freaking weird! Oh, it's good to be back. Check out that big-ass glowing crystal we got. I put the crystal down in our bedroom. I'm definitely going to light a fire. MDH says, what if you needed the mattock to wake him up when the time comes? I mean, that would be certainly entertaining. I got to admit, that shelf library is looking real nice. And Graphite, that's a good point. The king wasn't as... Oh, sorry. The king wasn't as clear on the instructions as to how to wake him. There we go. Brighten it up down here in a little mushroom growing facility. Now we've got all the pieces we need to build our bed. All this wood and moss are collected. We'll finally be able to put to good use. Building a bed will only take me a few hours. Few hours? Alright, well, I guess we're making a cup of tea. Oh yeah, time is zooming by right now. Okie dokie, friendies. I'm gonna go pour myself a cuppa, and then let's keep chatting. We can chat games, we can chat what's going on with your good selves, we can talk whatever we want. We have come too far into Operation Build This Bed, but yeah, caffeine, a cup of tea, and a quick nip to the loo sounds glorious. Like we survived the scary bits of this world, so I think we've done well. All right, so friends, I'll be back with you all in just a second. Do the same. Go make yourself a fresh cuppa, and let's see what's going on with this miscreant. He's gonna have a bed. It's gonna be good. He's gonna actually have proper sleep. Then we'll check the library. Then we'll check the mountain of gold. Steal a mountain of gold. Sounds like a good idea. I mean, what? Hello, hello. Oh, he's finished it already. Yay! Oh, I'm sorry for making everybody wait. I put water in the kettle, went to the bathroom, came back, and I was like, why is that not boiled? Got tea bags out. I'm like, that's taking ages. I look over at it. It's not plugged in. Would you like to do some mushrooms? I'd rather like to do some mushrooms. I'd like to scoff a bunch of them and get hecking wasted on the floor. You'd like to consume psychotropics and see into space. What? See, that's where we were. And this is showing us again where we came up from. Well, caffeine, I haven't actually acquired my tea, so I'm going to dash over to, no pun intended. I'm going to dash over and grab myself a cuppa in a little bit. We're doing real good. So we can have a look at the notebook. We also have the Never-Ending Notebook, which is fascinating, and a book from the king. Go to bed. I have a feeling that going to bed procs something. Because so far, like, every time we've kind of tripped out, it's been because we took enough mushrooms to have a snooze. Yeah. We've also got to paint a couple more bug pictures in white and black. Johnny says it's late for me. Gotta be up early for some Tarkov tomorrow. XD Johnny XP. May your sleep be glorious. And may your Tarkov runs be profitable and without bloodshed. Well, without your bloodshed. Alright, so what have we got? Thoughts. Okay, so the king warned me. Drained of a strange place, but the face told me beyond this cave there is light. Light is beautiful and dangerous. Light is without understanding. Don't trust the childish eyes of the young. They will fear you. Only trust the old and the blind, who are not afraid of that which emerges from darkness. Cool. Don't talk to the kid. I'd like to explore the caves, but I feel the presence of great darkness lurking. I have explored every part of the cave! Yay! Really need to read more. My dream would be to find a book that never ends. I think we've done that. Alright, we got past the face with darkness. More pictures on the wall. Luckily, I don't need to eat, growing pretty mushrooms. I guess we've got to wait until all the mushrooms grow and stop, like, hoofing them. Cool. Alright, so what have we got? Well, J-Post, I'm going to run up and pour my tea once the kettle's boiled. So, Fables 2, Three Tales, Golden, Mahal, Time Machine, The Secret Garden, Monte Cristo, one through a whole bunch, Never-Ending Notebook. Dear reader, this is a never-ending book. It is as long as your own words that you put into it. Secret tunnel, secret tunnel. The Golden Bird. I keep looking to see if there's like one that's clearly by the king. I mean, the Golden Bird. In times gone by, there was a king who had at the back of his castle a beautiful. Oh wow, that's a 19-page beast. How the time flies! I should be reading more. Amy says, did you do anything with lapis lazuli, the one that melts in water? We used it for drawing materials. Oh, which reminds me, we need to do more drawing. Alright, so let's have a look. Now, we've got 2 pages. So we need to draw Laos and Laos in black and white. But we should also have a look. So the well we found, the ladder we know, the cliff we now understand, the end, that looks scary. The wound, I don't know. The tragedy is the child, which I feel like we need to avoid that kid something fierce. The grave, the mutant. I guess the mutant was the mushrooms we made. The poem we've got. I guess the fall is reference to one of the endings where we just don't. Wreck and Mir, I don't know. Chalice we haven't acquired. Below is gold. Above is tree. Crying sun. The creator, the path, the creature. Are we the creature? So stay or leave. Night versus day. Time, time, time. That's what I don't understand. The palm, the call, the wonder. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. See, that's where I'm starting to be like... Long secret gone? You know what I'm saying? Care, abyss, journey, cavern, moon. Hypnosis? Alright, well, let's draw some more lice. Because we need to draw one of each. But what does it mean? I don't know. And once more with Fuleona. You can never have enough lice pictures. There we go. Aw, we got a little achievement that says his favourite painting. So Dash says, so the thing I suggested here, we should have a preference on ending before we sign off, relates to the time paintings. I don't want to hint any more than that. Well, we're definitely going to go try and pickaxe the feckin' gold because, you know, I've been waiting to do that for a while. Oh, wow. The first adventure of the Nubel... which was clearly the correct pronunciation. That is an 839-page book. Alright, I'll go check on the tea. Good.
Dingus.
I was gonna come and get it. Thank you. See, now I have tea. Now we have returned. Okie dokie. Caffeine says, it's good. I'm not streaming this. Every book will be read aloud. Do you have that compulsion? Alright, so I have a cup of tea. Let's go smash something in. Actually, bear with me just a second. Right, he can have a little bit more book reading. I just wanted to fish this out of my pocket. So, the thing we're going to have to decide on is conversation topics, friends, because we've got most of the library so far. We've got the never-ending book. So the question being, how do we want to play this? Decisions. Also, tea is very much needed. We did get him a bed so he can finally sleep. Oh, Miyaki is asking if we can wait to see while he sleeps. Interesting. Oh, sweet mercy in a cup. Sweet mercy in a cup. I mean, I assume we're going to get like a whole bunch of time jumped forward. I'm okay with letting him have a sleepy sleep. I'm waiting to see if Shackle or Dash are like, no, don't let him have a sleep. You should try more reading, friend. But first, let's actually have a sleep in a bed. We've worked a very long time towards this. It's the most comfy place beneath the earth for sure. I should try and sleep for a bit. Yeah, this place looks so homely now. We've worked so hard for our little dude. I can't tell if his eyelids are getting heavy or if he's getting grumpy. If it's me trying to sleep, then it would definitely be grumping. Arrow's like, he's in a grump because you put the crystal that glows next to his side of his bed. I'm sure he's fine. Yeah, you're probably right. Alright, we'll try it. I'll move the crystal. Move it over by the fire. And Captain Steph says we should have laid a fire, and Steph's right. I'm sorry, I put the world's loudest nightlight next to his bed. One more bit of coal, and then we don't have to burn the smelly stuff. There we go. Yeah, we haven't actually found that much in the way of, like, lapis lazuli to make, like, a blue fire. I wonder if there's, like a good old stash of it somewhere. Cave, sweet cave. See? Look at his happy little face. Yeah, try and get some sleep, little friend. Sorry, I put the bright crystal next to your bed. There we go. See? Nap time. Piece of cake, right? MDH is like, wait, time's passing faster while he's trying to sleep? I call shenanigans. I call hard shenanigans. Oh. Just sweet mercy in a cup. Oh my word! We were just about to take a nap! Oh my dear lord. Ladies, gentlemen, individuals of all persuasions, we are under raid! 60 strong pirates dare to dash themselves on our rocks. You find us in our underground bunker with newly built comfortable beds. How will you stand? Thor, what and welcome. Come on in, friends, come on in. As close up Thor's face and Friendo clash upon clash in our battle. How are you doing, friend? We are playing The Longing. It is glorious. How are you? How are you? Wow, this is a hell of a battle. All right, so we'll wait for these brave warriors to fight it out in a sea of waffles and shields and blades and very, very close-up pictures of Thor's face. It's very haunting. It's genuinely haunting. I will admit, this current scene in game does not match the ferocity of a group of Vikings, a group of pirates doing battle across the aquatic landing that is Twitch chat. Now, Gizakura says, is it more haunting than the previous picture of Thor's face? It does depend on its application. It does depend on its application. So how are you all doing? You glorious mother hubbins. If we have not met before, ladies, gentlemen, individuals of all persuasions, it is my absolute pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Will. Much like Thor, I used to work in the games industry. I did 10 years, and now, I mean, thanks to all of these lovely miscreants, and, I mean, in no small part to Thor, I do this full time. I'm a proud card-carrying member of the Go Pirate fleet, and by my recollection, we're still the only other Go Pirate stream that has its own boat. Well, because you're pirates with a pirate ship, and we have a longship. I assume Jolt Jab has a jet ski. I haven't really checked in on him. So how are you all doing? We are playing this glorious game. It's called The Longing. And The Longing is... it's fascinating. Get up. The Longing is a fascinating game. Its premise is incredibly simple. We are tasked with the simple job of waking the king. Actually, I'll show you the king now. We are created and told that in 400 days, we must wake the king. Our goal in this game, while there is some puzzle solving, there is some very interesting stuff that unfurls. Our main goal in this game is to make this little shade's life as happy and content as possible so that time passes quicker. A Nazi Nade sound designer? What? Oh, to you! The goal is to find our little shade books to read and things with which to... Oh, and thank you for the follow. Things to adorn his little attire. We've just finished building a bed, which has taken a lot. The goal here is not to survive or to stockpile resources, but to help this little one be happier and contented and pass time better. And occasionally scoff a bunch of mushrooms and trip out. You know, standard stuff. So, I don't know if Thor just unleashed you all as a wave, or if he doth lurk quiet, but how was Thor's stream? What was he up to today? I'm very much looking forward to when this is all over and I can go hang out with him again, because I've missed Thor a whole bunch. Anyway, let me introduce you to the king while things are going down. So Dandelion says good, working on the flower minigame. Lovely, lovely. I have played Hearthstone. If you need me, I'll be in the shame hole. This is the first time we've met. I have played Heartbound before. Oh yeah, that's the king, by the way. I fucking love it. We're gonna do another full run of it once it's done and done. But to any of my lot, if you've not heard of Go Pirate Software, you absolutely need to throw him a follow. You also... Excuse me, cheeky T-burps. You also should absolutely check out Go Pirate's flagship game at the moment called Heartbound. It is a glorious triumph of an indie title. And if you ever want to know how to make games as an independent developer, Thor is absolutely one of the best people you could ever speak to about that. So do throw Go Pirate a follow, alright? Oh, and Nasty, this game is absolutely beautiful. It's gorgeous, hand-drawn. It is played at a molasses pace. Oh yeah, so that's the other hook of this game. You have to wait for 400 days real time. So when you start this game, the clock starts at 400 days and starts counting down. The more things you do to make your little shade's life better, the quicker time passes. But in essence, you could start this game, play it for a couple minutes, close it down, and then start it up 400 days after and finish it. Yeah, Dandelion, we're almost halfway. And we shaved off 80 days by giving this little person some nice rugs, a warm fire, a really good book. So yeah. If you've got any thoughts or feels or questions about the game, I'd be more than happy to answer. Although I will be a shameless shill for just a moment. That one of the games I worked on back in the day, Total War Shogun 2, is currently free on Steam. And to Senor Blue Banana, thank you kindly for the follow. Yeah, Total War Shogun 2 is free right now. I worked on that. I love that game. And if you've not gotten a copy of it and would like to get it for the grand price of no money, it is available right the heck now. Danny's asking how many days IRL has it been? Let me look back in the calendar, because I do keep all of this. I spawned sober 19.4. Florence Pizza Game. I'm sure we started this before Pizza Game, right? Because we might have started this in March? Or did we start it before? Good at maths! We've been playing it for about 20 plus hours total. Oh, and Salen says Epic's about to require a two-factor authentication for free games. Huh. I mean, two-factor right now does seem like the smart move. Especially after like things like the Nintendo leaks and stuff like that, but yeah. Alright, we're gonna try it anyway. This will be our third one. Oh, I've cracked the glass. It's only a matter of time before it breaks completely. Lovely. So now we just gotta wait. Check us out. Oh, to Nasty Nate, it was lovely to meet you briefly. Good luck on whatever needs doing with your sound portfolio. And yeah, if you want to come talk games industry stuff, you'd be more than welcome. And Dandelion, yes, the game is Total War Shogun 2. So it is, it's one of the precursors to Total War Warhammer, and it's set in Sengoku Jidai, Japan. So it's got the old school Total War style of, here is a period of history, here is all the major players. Now, pick whichever clan or faction or nation you want, depending on the game, and go. Whatever you do from that point is entirely up to you. So, you know, you can take over the entire country of Japan as a bunch of ninjas. You know, you can let Nobunaga finally rule rather than getting betrayed in the back. It is entirely free from what you do and how you do it. And instead of it being kind of like armies just bouncing off each other, you can fight all the battles for realsies. And that was one of the projects I worked on back when I was games industry. Some people argue I'm still games industry now and I never really know how to describe myself, but yeah. Oh yeah, and Salem was just saying like, a two-stage authentication or two-factor authentication should be normalized. It's a pain in the ass, certainly, but, like, it stops accounts getting hijacked, and it's entirely worth it. And Dandelion, so yeah, no, it's the entire game. They are giving it away just to help people pass the time while they're stuck indoors. MDH says, wait, what is the sand drowning that the time paintings is hinting to as the treasure? Well, and Dandelion, so there are three campaigns. The main game, Shogun 2 Total War. Total War Shogun 2. Man, Rob had my hide if I said it wrong. And yeah, that game is set during the Sengoku Jidai period, which is the most kind of famous of Japanese history in sense of it was the last civil war, the last big civil war before the country was properly unified. It was the time of the warring states, where a lot of the romanticizations of the samurai come from that period. It's a fascinating time in history with, you know, clans and dynasties being founded from almost nothing. You know, great betrayals and heroic battles. It's fucking cool. I really, really liked Total War Warhammer, especially the second one, but I can't claim to have worked on it. I was on Total War Attila, whilst Joey and other peeps were on Warhammer. So again, I can't claim any great works from that, but I really enjoyed Warhammer because it felt like it took little bits from all the games in the series that I loved and brought them together in a way you wouldn't be able to do if you were emulating history. But yeah, sorry, it's me going off on it. But yeah, that's the series I worked on for a great many years, and one of the ones that I was very, very involved with is now available for no money, which makes me real happy. So to think. I'm going to bring it out so I can show you all the map of this world because it's fascinating. The way you see the overworld in this game is by observing the carvings on the map and waiting for it to pull out. And to Cytherine, thank you kindly for the follow as well. Like, follows are sincerely appreciated, friends. Creeping ever closer towards another little milestone. Very, very quietly, very carefully. Oh yeah, and Dandelion, I do recommend if you have the time and inclination to pick up this game, it's glorious. It's glorious. I think we played this on a day just as a cute idea of like, we'll start this on one day and then 400 days later we'll come back to it. And we've become enamored in the world, in everything about this. There's so much to it. There's so much heart that I never would have expected. And that's really feckin' cool. I'm so sorry you're having a crappy day, friend. I'll do my darndest to be a little bit of cheerfulness. I'll do my darndest to be a little bit of chippiness in these trying times. But you know we got you, friend. You know we got you. Also, just as a little quick aside, I feel slightly vindicated because looking at this overarch, there really was a bit here which we didn't know about. Sorry, a bit here. Anyway, yeah, so to those of you who have just joined us, this game is genuinely something special, and I really hope you give it a try because it has ended up being an incredible little experience. Far beyond the very, very basic pitch that I was given when I started playing this. Far beyond just being like, oh, it's a good little game, but you kind of hang around from your stuff. Cytherine saying, so can you see what you want to do from this view? You can. This gives you a good understanding of the places that you can go. It doesn't give you an immediate solution to the ways in which you get there, and I won't spoil too much of it. But it also gives you an understanding as to the size of this world. Like, if you think that our little home is just beneath where the king is, like, holy crud. And then you start looking at things like, hey, what's that glowing thing over on the far right? Wait, what's that tiny glowing door down there in the far left? What's the area above? Like, it's fucking cool. There's elements of this game which is like, there's one particular door that takes an hour to open. So what you can do is you can start opening it, and you can sit there for an hour, get it done. Or you can start it opening, then head down to your house, hang out, read a book, like pass that time like that, then be like, oh, yeah, that was pretty good. Go on up, check it out. This game revels in its glacial pace in a manner that never seems stifling or suffocating. I never find myself in want of a sprint button. Does that make sense? There's no survival mechanics. You're not being asked, you know, can you gather enough resources to make a ham sandwich lest you keel over? Your shade doesn't need to eat, doesn't need to drink, doesn't really need to sleep. It can choose to do those things. You can eat a bunch of purple mushrooms and trip balls, but that's another story. That's another story. And Iron Imp, you are under no obligation to to have to retell it, friends. We got you. We got you. Revel in some glorious Dark Crystal flavored underground adventures. We've been trying to decide what we want to do and how we want to progress in this game. But the sheer number of options and ways you have to do this are pretty glorious, you know what I mean? So yeah. It's real nice to hear everybody who came over had a real good day, and I hope it's continuing, yo. Just trying to think what else we could do with this. Because we've eaten a bunch of mushrooms, which we were going to. We finally built our bed. We've made a crack in the glass. And I don't mind telling you that to make the crack in the glass, you need 3 pickaxes. You'll break the first 2, but the third one will crack it and make a visible damage. We've spoken to the face. We've been back to the private library. But we still don't know where the bloody curtains are. I can hear Dash chuckling. So Danny says, what's that shiny bit on the right? That is a glorious waterfall. Dash is saying there are other endings available. If there are answers to the other mysteries, I don't even know them. Dash says, and the curtains can be found, yeah. Ugh! Dash won't tell me where the curtains are. No curtains for you! Get some, like, lapis lazuli. Get the old blue stuff. Dandelion says, can you make it to the surface? Well, that's the question we find ourselves in now. The king has charged us with waking him in 400 days, but we've been left alone in the cold dark by ourselves. What if we could go to the surface? What if we could live a normal life? What the king has planned, we're unsure. He wishes to end longing. He wishes to be done with it. Yeah, well, I mean, Dash, we're definitely going to have to do another one of those. That was glorious. We'll have to do, like, Highlander 2 or something. Something we can get really rowdy on. Sorry, Dash, myself, Baron, Lucifer, and my buddy Alistair, we rewatched, or some of us watched, Rise of Skywalker whilst getting ruinously drunk. And it was a glorious evening, and I got properly wonky-donkey, but in a happy sense. Like, oh, Robin Hood Men in Tights is a banging film! Sadlin says, I'd be in on that if it were another film. Too damaging? RoboCop 3? Sorry, I don't mean to be dunking on. Because for the most part, I am off drinking whilst we've been on lockdown, because it's not been doing my mental health a good. But I will admit that getting the chance to sink a few bevies with friends. All right, so mushrooms up here. We've checked through all of this. That's where we got our disappointments. Over here was the mining of the sulfur, I think. There's the face. There's the crystal cave. There was the thing that I completely missed. So sure of myself. So sure that I'd found everything. That's the back step. locksmith! Oh, that's a good point. I mean, Geraldine, one of the things that I do love about games is, because it's such an experienced medium, is that you can return to the same game multiple times and get very, very, very different takeaways. Not just in the case of like, oh, there are some cute details I didn't see there the first time, but like, that you can absolutely come away from a game with a completely different outlook on it. I still really like that. I just wonder if we're reaching... I just wonder if we've reached the zenith of what we can achieve today. Danny Lyon says, have I ever seen Thor drunk? What's he like? Honestly, Thor's... I don't think I've seen Thor proper wonky donkey, but I've drunken with Thor in the past, and it's just Thor, but with Thor with more fire behind his eyes, and that's it. Like, he's a very coherent, focused drinker. A very good drinking buddy. We got quite passionate. I think that was TwitchCon 2018, the one which me and Caffeine and Ket and Echo went to. We got to hang out a lot there. We checked the library. Alright, where in the bloody hell are we going to find a pair of curtains? Could check King's library again. And a lot of the like rugs and stuff we found in the infinite hallway, which is infinite by the way. Only a fool seeks to walk to the end of the infinite hallway. The darkness above. Less fun adventure. Alright, I'm going to check the place we found the King's Tower. So help me. So help me, Favor 6. Have I looked in Home Depot? No! Captain Steph's going to get ready for bed. Well, I wish you the very, very best of sleep, Stefan. So we're going to have a quick poke around for some curtains. Then we'll head back for some power snoozing. I wonder if we should leave our little shade to have a snooze, or if we should leave him reading. So that's down. We want to go this way, then back up again. If I remember my maps correctly. Hey, Quasi! How you doing, friend? Watto and welcome! Tell me a tale of your adventures. So that's where the books fell through. So let's, if I remember rightly... Oh, way cool! Quasi, that sounds lovely. Sorry, Quasi was saying they've just downloaded, or re-downloaded Elite Dangerous. Ah, let's sigh. I feel I am cursed to never enjoy that game myself. I have, as of yet, never managed to get it to run on a system that I have owned. Which is like owning something. But all at once. No, it's not here. We could check the... gave that a run. Now, you know what? Let's get our little friendo home. Let's get our little friendo home. The question is, do we leave him with a book? Or do we leave him with a nap? It is entirely up to us. Just got to keep my eyes open on this one, because... Oh, darn it, Dash! Fucking curtains. If anyone sees a pair of curtains in this, let me know so I can steal them. And if you see any parts where there's been like a crystal chipped off the wall, that was me. We could actually chip more crystals off, but it takes a long time. And that's way cool. Like, I know, now is exactly the time to get into stuff like that. More modern roguelikes, colony management, high-depth games. Was it yourself that got really into Caves of Quad, or am I getting everybody's stories mixed up? My only problem, dear friends, has been that off-stream, when I'm not hanging with your lovely selves, I've been pretty much a potato.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, to Kato Coyote. Thank you kindly for the host there. How are you doing? So, while I know I should be using my downtime to read more or do more, I've just been a potato. Oh, and Dandelion is no worry. We still haven't managed to find the curtains. So I'm admitting a wee bit of defeat. Oh, Inner Space is a crackingly terrible film. Though weirdly, I keep thinking of the Inner Space video game where you have to fight over icons. Really like that game for some reason. It's like a top-down asteroids-esque shooter. But you did battle inside your computer for icons. Had like factions and piracy. It's real cool. Actually, wait a second. Just wake the king. No, never mind. I had an idea. King of the mountain, I presume? I mean, bloody certainly is with that crown. Stupid no curtains. Alright, I just want to have another look at the pictures. Because do you ever feel like you're just missing the obvious sometimes? The tragedy is this little stupid face. The poem we got. Fall is very sad. The throne is us. Okay. Stay or leave. Night versus day. Time 1, time 2, time 3. That's where I'm starting to feel confused. Cold palm the wonder. Crater the path of creature. Hermit. Fair. Fugitive. Leaf, the abyss, the musician. Blaze the Ice Cave. The Gold and Starry Night. Marble. Victory, doubt, defeat. Mountains behold times. Scary ass nonsense. Angst, family treasure. Savior, Moon King duality. Yeah, The Fugitive looked, yeah, eerily. Perhaps I've been staring at these puzzles too long today, my friends. You know what? This has been a glorious little day. So I tell you what, friends. We can leave it for today. I'm going to roll credits because a bunch of people threw bits and subs and were fucking glorious. And I promise I will find another glorious person for you to watch after this. We will do not only a pirate raid or a Viking raid. We will combine our forces together for a full sea-based attack. Oh, and Dandelion, thank you for the follow, yo. Tomorrow we are playing a super weird game, which you will feckin' love. It is an early alpha of a game made by one of the team that did Hypnospace Outlaw, and it is called An Airport for Aliens, coincidentally run by dogs. An Airport for Aliens, coincidentally run by dogs. Yup. That's the title. And friends, that is what I'm very much looking forward to showing you tomorrow. Oh, and again, I'll make sure that whoever we go into is going to be interesting. But if you want to chat quad tomorrow, like, you know, I love hearing about these stories. Caves of Quad is one that I have sat on and I'm waiting to spend a large amount of time, be it on stream with all of you lot or be it in my own time, and I haven't really decided. Because here's a weird one. I got really into those style of ASCII games after playing through all of System Shock 2. Getting my hacking to the max level and unlocking all the games on my Game Pig. One of which was kind of like a knockoff of the super early ASCII style of Ultima. And I'm like...
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Dandelion feckin' yo! Thank you! Cheers to you! That's super kind of you, yo. Well, please enjoy your brand new emotes that you now have at your disposal, and I guess another Watto and welcome. Dash saying as our multiplayer is very high. Check if the math works, that the time will be 0 before our next session. I will need one of you lovely Mother Hubbards to help me with that one. All I know is people were saying that at... is it at 0:35 days is his little birthday. Harmonia says the multiplier seems to be about times 14 at present. If mathematics has never been one of my strong suits, friends. If one of you could let me know, like, how long do we have for a game that's meant to take 400 days? Yaddle Drop, welcome back. Watto, friend! We're just trying to work out at what point will the king be awake. Vanderby says it in 15 days. Okay, so today is the 28th. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we could come back to this next Tuesday. Jeez, that's 200 days skip through.
I mean, Vanderbeest, can you work out when this little guy's birthday would be? Be sans 30... Because it's 35 days, right? Because we started at 400, and it's 365, so... Alright, so friends, here's what we're going to do. Because we have a very busy week. So here's what we're going to do. Tomorrow, we're going to spend a few hours, because it is a very, very early alpha. I'm going to show you an airport for aliens coincidentally run by dogs, which I'm very much looking forward to. After that, we are finishing the longing. So tomorrow we're going to finish the longing. Because, like, 15 days is fine. We've got the gold open. And then we can make our choice. Do we wait for the king? Or do we decide to bug out? But that gives us all a chance to sit and digest. Plus, our stash of gold will be open, so that's cool. Dandy, you're right. Skipping a large amount of time ahead would be a bad idea for trying to get curtains, but... yeah. I haven't got a great idea as to where we could get curtains. Oh yeah, fire's out, so time slowed down a bit. Okay. So we're going to revisit this tomorrow, friends. We'll let our little guy have a sit, have a think, and we'll come back to it. I wouldn't usually do the same game 2 days in a row, but yeah. So, let the rest of the crew know. Right. Let's play some chipper tunes. I have a lot of people to thank, as these group of lovely miscreants were super lovely earlier. We had a train, and then House, Order, Chaos, and Carl did battle because they're a bunch of cool kids. And then we had Dandelion jumping in with a sub there at the end. Shackle, I think time goes way faster if we're sleeping, which is why I'm leaving to have a sit. Firstly, Nom Nom Fighter, thank you for donating cash monies. That's gonna go on food. That's it. That's the long and short of it. So thank you. To those of you through bits, like, that's the biggest way of keeping this whole operation afloat, so I want to say a huge thank you to Favor 6 Sadlin, Baron Sheep Vanderbeest, The Gym Plays, Deus, Chazy, Syndran Dashkal, Eprith, J-Post, Tarlicus, Compliment Cap, Reflective Gamer, The League of Anonymous Cheerers, Ghosts to a Person, Shackle Draconis, Great Blue Huron, and Erin Feathers. Thank you all kindly. Your moderators today was Caffeine, Rhymes Moose, and Tarlicus, but a super shout out to Lizzie T. Power, who I know was here earlier. We gained a bunch of new followers. So to Dandelion, to Cytherine, to Senior Blue Banana, to Nasty Nate, the sound designer, to Dig Lunzo, and Elijah Me. I hope we get to see you again. It's lovely to meet you. And those that were hunted by House Carl with a sub, those that subbed of their own volition or were celebrating a long spree, I'd like to thank some numbers, Favor 6, XD Johnny XP, Lucian Gray, Skunk Butt, Insane Scots, Miranda Reese, Zartron, Love Me, Feed Me, and Never Leave Me, Alpha the Deluge, B2, Digiunso, That Thou Link Win, Neo Cow Plays, Aaron Hawaii, That Reb, and Dandy Lion. Legends to a person. Right. Let's find ourselves some glorious miscreants to crash into next. Yo! Here's something I never get to feckin' do. Stooge is late. Yo! Okay, I do not know what Stooge is building.
But as he's usually like one of the Longshipians who does early mornings, I never get to crash into him. So let's bring the full contingent. Now currently, Stooge only has 2 or 3 people in there. So basically, this is the easiest Pirate X Viking raid of all time. And I want the full thunder here, friends. We haven't had the chance to do this for Stooge in as long as I've known. So, full Viking X Pirate Thunder! Hold nothing back! Steal the table! Steal the bloody chairs! Or just the regular chairs as well. Honestly, like, extra chairs is fine. Oh, this will be glorious. Thank you all for a wonderful day. And as a reminder, an airport for aliens run by dogs, coincidentally, tomorrow. And then after that, we're returning to possibly the finale of The Longing tomorrow. Alright, so for a game that we were supposed to finish in 300 days, it's getting close to the wire. Alright, friends. Yeah, easy win? I think so. Thank you all for a fecking wonderful day. I hope you have a glorious rest of your afternoon. Make sure this raid is thunderous. Truly thunderous. And I'll chat to you all on the Discords, alright? Yeah, get your war face on. Like in that game, Warface.